gentlemen, if you could all take your seats, I am going to go ahead and gavel this session in. I would like to call to order the March 20th, 2017 Shakopee School Board Learning Session. Sarah, will you please announce the roll call?
Bowerman. Hallett. Here. McKeon.
Here.
Haas.
Here.
Romansky. Here. Tucker. Here. And Swanson.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 2, which is consideration of the agenda as presented. I would like to entertain a motion to consider the agenda as it is presented. Angela? Second by Mary. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, now we're going to go on to 2.1 and 2.2, actually 2.1 first, which is a budget presentation. And folks, this is going to be the lion's share of tonight. And I just want to kind of run through this for everybody so you know what you can expect. We're going to start with some opening comments. And then Reggie Bowerman, one of our board members down there, is going to present some PowerPoint slides that's going to provide a lot of the detail that a lot of folks were hoping for. We are also going to have Scott here, who's our Executive Director of HR. He will be speaking directly to some staffing related items as they relate to the budget. And excuse me, Todd Netsky is going to be speaking specifically to some of the forensic information that came as a result of our auditing. So that's what the presentation looks like. And then after the presentation has concluded, we will be moving into the open Q&A, at which point I'll give some more instructions at that point. But you can see we've got 2 different music stands. By a microphone, there's a sign-in sheet. So when we get to that point, please be prepared, if you will, please, to sign in on that sheet, and then we'll take questions in the order accordingly. And here's my only request, folks, and that is that tonight we remain respectful of one another. That is the only ask that I'm going to put out there right now, is that we exercise respect and restraint. So if we can do that, I think we're going to have a good time tonight. I think we're going to learn a lot together. And I want you to know that we're going to be as much actively listening as we are hoping to answer your questions. So with that, I would like to tee up the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Swanson. Thank you to everyone for being here tonight. I greatly appreciate your coming to learn and to have a conversation about the concerns that we are facing together as a school district. I especially want to thank the teachers and the staff who've taken their time to be here and be a part of this very important discussion. I believe it is also important for me to say right up front, I want to apologize to our teachers and our taxpayers in the district. I have not communicated the issues facing us, both today and in the future, as well as I should have. I am personally working to bridge the gap, the communication gap, by increasing our meetings with our Shakopee Education Association leadership, by adding individual or group teacher check-ins to my schedule, where I sit down with teachers who want to talk about the issues that are affecting our students. And I am committed to helping to repair this critical relationship. I also know that this is a very difficult time in our school district. I know that I have not met your expectations in both communication and the oversight of our finance department. As your superintendent, I know this is ultimately my responsibility. I also know there are great things happening with and for our district students. The staff, our families, our business partners, and community members, of which I am immensely proud. Tonight, we will outline the steps that I and your school board have already taken and will be taking to fix the problems. I'm committed to continuing the relationships and partnerships that we have with our teachers and to work every day to prove to the taxpayers that our district is working hard for our children and for you, the taxpayers. Thank you. Now I am going to ask Reggie Bowerman, past board chair, to give his presentation on behalf of the board.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reggie Bowerman, if you don't know me. I've been board chair for the last 2 years, so you could say a lot of what we're going to talk about tonight happened on my watch. So I take tonight very seriously, as does the rest of the board, but I also take it very personally. And I accept my part in the accountability and responsibility for what happened. I own every action I've taken, and hopefully tonight, in some of the short presentation I'm going to make, is going to provide some insight to address some of those questions that you all asked the other night, but also just the obvious questions. Now, I know up front, I'm not going to answer every question. That's why we have the Q&A session. But I hope I will provide some insights for you through some prepared material. What I'm going to cover, in essence, is 4 buckets. How do we learn about and I'm going to talk about the immediate budget issues, what I'm going to address. We're going to have Q&A on probably lots of things. How do we learn about the immediate issue that we're facing? How do we define it? How do we kind of figure out what happened? How are we fixing it? And then how do we think we can prevent it from ever happening again? That's the framework, okay? So the first slide I've got, and I hope you guys can read that, I've chosen to do it in kind of a chronological order. I hope this makes sense. So I'm going to ask you to rewind the tape and go back to this time last year. So March of 2016, we're nearing the end of the fiscal year 16, and by the way, I'm going to refer to fiscal year 16 and fiscal year 17, just so we're clear. FY16 is last year, FY17 is this year, okay? So we're nearing the end of FY16. We're at a board meeting, and we get periodic budget updates, as you might expect. And as part of that, we got an update that night, and finance presented to us in a formal way, and they said, okay, we are now nearing the year end, and we believe we're going to end the year with a $22,000 budget surplus. In essence, our revenues are going to exceed our expenses by $22,000. That's where we thought we were in March. Fast forward down to June. In June, we had another presentation from finance. Now, in June, it's important because the state, and I'm going to take a little bit of a sidebar here, we get most of our funding from the state. I think you guys know that. In fact, 85% of education funding in Shakopee comes from the state. So we're all kind of beholding on the state to figure out what they're going to do relative to education. And a lot of times on Capitol Hill, it takes a little while to work that out. So around May or June, they get it all squared away. So finance comes in to present in June, and they say, okay, there's really no effective change to 16, the year we were ending. The picture's the same. But now we have a better idea of FY17 because the legislature has made its determinations on funding. So as part of that presentation, they said, here's what we're projecting for FY17, our current year. They're looking a year ahead. And they said, we believe the year's going to end basically flat. Our revenues and expenses are going to be about the same. If anything, because projections can move, if anything, there might be a slight decrease in our fund balance, but we expect it to be flat. So as of June, the picture for 16 was still the same, and the picture for 17 looked like basically a flat year in terms of revenues versus expenses, if you follow. Okay, now let's move to October. October is when the shoe drops. The audit process is going on. The audit review, if you will, starts in September and runs through roughly November. So in the middle of the audit process, something clearly was off. The amounts that we had budgeted to spend in FY16, I'm talking about right now, and we'll move to 17, but in FY16, the amounts we budgeted were not lining up with what was actually spent. So finance came to Superintendent Thompson, and actually to the leadership, and said, we got an issue. We don't quite know the scope of it yet. We don't really know the root cause, but we've got a problem. Rod immediately notified the chair, myself at the time, and the vice chair, Scott, and we collectively said, obviously, we got to figure out what's happening here. One of the first things we did was we engaged, I would say, our network in the school community, superintendents, other business managers, finance, to say, have you run into issues like this? What have you done? How have you tried to address it? How have you tried to fix it? So we tried to reach out and get a grasp on this, but another thing we did was we engaged a business manager from another district to come in and do a very high-level review of what this problem was. We felt we needed another set of eyes on this. We felt we needed another objective view and not just being accepting of what we were being told, if you follow. That took a few weeks, so we're now into November. We get that top line review, and that top line review says, yes, there are budget errors. There are significant errors in FY16, and more importantly, we were now concerned because of the kinds of errors that they bridged over to 17. Again, I'm going to step away for a second. The way you do your budgeting process, and this is no different than probably what businesses do, you start with your current year budget. You build off your current year budget. So the fact that we had these errors built into the 16 budget made us concerned that they were also in the 17 budget, because again, you build it off of that budget as a baseline. And sure enough, we've come to find out that's the case. So we know that these errors are present. We don't still have complete scope and number. We obviously need to make the rest of the board aware at this point, because now we had some picture that this was real. So we make the board aware, and now it's December. We have one more meeting in the year. We need to do something about this. We need to say something about this. This is also the audit review meeting, so it's the appropriate time to do it, because this is what surfaced as part of the audit. So we get to that meeting, and we say, all right, we need to address this. So Mike Berlager makes a presentation, and he says, there are errors in the budget that are accounting for the impact in FY16, because the audit revealed that, in essence, our budgeting was $5 million below what it actually ended up being because of these errors. It didn't account for that. It was under budgeted. So the reason for that was because of a number of errors were made in process, and I'll explain those in a minute. I'll give you some examples. Mike acknowledged that, said, I own it, said, my goal is to work with you as a board to fix this. How can we move forward? Now, part of his presentation was also showing a couple slides, and you can go back and you can see all this. But he talked about spending per student versus revenue per student. So if you do the math, you can see the difference in the fact that we were clearly overspent, as the audit indicated. Now, I think you can say, in fact, I know it's been said, wait a second, that wasn't enough, that wasn't clear, you should have done more, you should have said more. And I think that's a valid comment, and certainly a logical comment. I'm not going to excuse what I said, but I'm going to try to explain, or what we did, I'm going to try to explain at least one element of that. Because of what was going on, and the fact that they were genuine, honest mistakes. And I say that because one of the things we asked that individual to do who came in was to look at this and first and foremost, make sure that we had nothing unethical, illegal, or fraudulent going on. We had to do that. We had a responsibility to make sure that that wasn't the obvious answer here. That was not the case. We had a series of errors, human mistakes. When someone makes human mistakes, and it's an individual who has 15 years in the district of loyal, dedicated service, the last thing that I wanted to do, and I'll own this, was to roll the bus over an individual in any kind of public fashion any more than we did. So we felt like we had addressed the fact that we have a problem. 16 was done. There was nothing we could do. We didn't find out until after it occurred. Fortunately, the fund balance absorbed that. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it. But we had the fund balance to fall back on. But there was nothing to be done. We were still trying to figure out what the impact was on FY17, because we had to get into the nitty-gritty of the detailed line items of the budget. So we were still figuring that out, which is one of the reasons why we weren't able to say a number at that point. But that is at least part of the reason why we shared what we shared and the way we shared it. I own that. I own that. Our focus is now on 17. So let me talk to you a little bit about defining this and really examples of what happened. So as I said, starting in October, running through January, between our finance group really cracking the books, self-identifying errors, this external, very top line, admittedly, very top line analysis that was done just to assure us that some other eyes looking at this are saying, yeah, there's really an issue here. We also took another step. When we went out and we talked to individuals in the finance community, we said, again, how would you handle this? What would you suggest? And we got a recommendation. And the recommendation was to reach out to a company by the name of School Management Services. The president of School Management Services is Todd Metzke, and Todd's sitting here, and Todd's going to speak in a moment after me. And they said, you ought to consider bringing Todd in. So we did. we engaged Todd to come in and do two things, two very important things. One is the in-depth, line-by-line, hundreds and thousands of lines of budget to figure out where did the ship go off, or where did the train go off the rails. That was one thing. The second thing was, again, to be very honest, it was to provide oversight for the financial operations of the district, because we needed to have confidence in what we were doing going forward. Todd's company is a company that provides financial services to small school districts all over the state who are basically too small to have the infrastructure, the expertise, or the ability to do this on their own. So he is their business office, if you will, or his company is, it's not just Todd. So we said, Todd, we need you to provide oversight for us. So Todd was another step we took in this picture. And because of that in-depth analysis over the later December, January timeframe, that's when we were able to arrive and put a number on the shortfall that we were projecting for FY17 now. Remember, 16 was done, couldn't do anything about it. 17 was the $4.5 million number that you've heard so much spoken about. But folks, that's a shortfall if we do nothing. That's not something we've lost already. That's what we would be projected to be short if we continued on the path that we were on. Well, we're not going to let that happen. So before I talk about the fix, let me address the bottom there, which is examples, and I try to make sense of these as much as I can. Todd's actually going to give you some tangible examples. Before I talk about where they occurred, let me verbally describe the three kinds of errors that happened. The first kind of error was an item was under budgeted. And what I mean by that is, and bear with me if you can, if in the past 3 years a line item was 1 million, 1.1, 1.2, all right, the line's like this. That item was budgeted at 0.9 or 1.0. It's like, well, wait a second, it's on a projection. Why would it be budgeted lower than what you've been in the past and you would expect it to continue? So we had under budgeted items. We had line items, the second kind of error, we had line items that were flatlined, but they shouldn't have been flatlined because they were items that you'd have inflationary increases that you would expect to build in, or we have contractual obligations. We're a very people-intensive business, you might say, and we have contracts with our employer groups, our employee groups, and as a result, when you do these contracts, you build in increases year over year. Well, that should have been built in. It should have been flatlined. So that's a second kind of error. And the third kind of error is probably the most puzzling. We had certain line items that went blank. They zeroed out. They were omitted. And that's a line item that had historically been there and was something we were going to keep doing. So we have three kinds of errors that have been identified through this kind of forensic analysis, if you want to call it that. This is the kinds of, this is not exhaustive, but this is the kind of places that it occurred. Special education expenses and revenues. Athletic and activity expenses. Summer school expenses, employee group salary and benefit expenses, big area. Lots of little places, too numerous to mention. But as I said, our concern was because the 17 budget is built way back at the beginning, the end of 16, before we knew about the problems were built into 17. So when we learned about the 16 errors, again, we were naturally concerned. This is in 17, and in fact, they were. They were carried forward. In some cases, they were compounded, because if you carried forward an under budget item, well, if it's under budget to begin with, and you didn't build in an increase, it's under budget even worse. That's what I mean by compounding. So that's what I'm talking about, the kind of errors. Todd's going to talk more about that in a moment and give you some examples. Let me shift now to how we're trying to fix this. So again, starting in December, and really it's ongoing, we're in the process of still trying to resolve this as we speak, we immediately could take action and say, hey, if it's discretionary spending, we need to stop that. We need to at least scrutinize it very heavily. That's kind of obvious. The board asked the leadership to go back and create a comprehensive list of all the levers that could be pulled, all the options that could be taken, a complete list, hold nothing off the table. They did that. The board got together and started to review that in January, and we said, okay, let's start pulling these levers. Let's start taking action to fix this, to fill in the pothole, so to speak. So we started to do that. But our guiding premise has been and continues to be, we want to do this in a fashion that minimizes the impact on the classroom as much as possible. That's our guiding premise. It continues to be. So the kinds of things that we've done, again, not comprehensive or not exhaustive. Spending cuts is obvious, right? If you can stop spending, reduce spending, or delay spending, do so. So in places like T&L, which is teaching and learning, T&L, operations and capital, supplies and materials, professional development, putting a moratorium on non-licensed overtime, that's who can qualify for overtime. Things like that. If we can stop and influence spending, we want to do it, and we're trying to do it as we speak. I said that we're trying to impact the classroom the least, so obviously if that's personnel, we're not going to go there first. So we're looking at the district office in terms of attrition, reassignment, and possibly release. We looked at other big budget categories, making adjustments that would help address this. Places like food service, community ed, achievement and integration. We're looking at our federal funding. Federal funding sometimes comes with strings attached, so you can't always just reallocate it. But we're looking at ways that we might be able to do that in a favorable fashion for the budget. The next item is going to take a minute for me to describe, but I'm actually very happy to because I don't think it's something that most people are aware that we have, and it's quite an asset from Shakopee. When I was first on the board back in 2008 and 2009, I was there with Mary. I see John Canny was there at the time, and there might be other board members. We made, I believe, a very, very wise decision at that time. And we created what's called an OPEB trust account. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. I think I have that right. What we did, and what it's for, is we have obligations as a district to our retirees. When we did their contracts many years ago, some people are still grandfathered into these contracts. They aren't the new contracts. People have been hired since we created this account. This doesn't apply. But in old contracts, just like companies, just like other government positions, there were obligations on us as their employer for certain retirement healthcare expenses. This is an account dedicated for that. So what we did was we took $3.5 million, I believe it was, out of our general fund back at that time, and we set it aside in this OPEB trust account. Can't be used for anything else. And we've watched it grow, and we've added to it over time. We've invested it conservatively, as you might imagine. And that account now is just a little shy of $5 million. So it's grown nicely. That is for current retiree healthcare expenses, the obligations that we have. We've been paying for those out of our general budget. We've not been tapping into this. So the reality is that is a lever we can pull. We have not decided to do so, but I suspect we will entertain that because that's what it's for. We're not going to drain it by any means, but that is what it's for. So that's a lever. The final lever that I reference is tapping into the general fund balance. We do have a general fund balance. We can tap into that if we so choose as part of solving the problem, or if we get to a point where we feel like we're cutting into muscle too deep, so to speak. We can't make any more cuts. So we need to take it out of the general fund balance. So that's some of the steps we're taking to fix this. My last slide is how we're going to prevent this in the future. The first thing I would say is a lot of this was honest human error, and we're human. That's going to happen. But what do we do to, as best we can, minimize the chance of error, and how do we go about trying to make sure we catch the errors? That's another part of what we haven't done very well, obviously. Generally speaking, I would say we're going to ratchet up the checks and balances on our budget creation and our tracking process. We're going to have more eyes, for more people, more often on the budgeting process. That's one thing we can do for sure. It's going to remain a responsibility of finance, but it's not like they're going to be on an island, and there's going to be more purposeful and more planned oversight. That's a general statement. Some very tangible things that we're doing already. We are instituting monthly finance committee meetings. We're already doing that now to review the budget. In fact, you're going to see the dashboard I'm about to refer to. You're going to see it in a second. We're doing that on a monthly basis. I would say in the past, they were much more sporadic. We were probably a little complacent, to be very honest. That's not happening anymore. We're meeting on a monthly basis to review the budget in detail. Part of that review is what I refer to here, which is this budget dashboard. Those of you in business or in finance or leadership, you've probably seen these. You might have these in your organization. We have one now, and it's a tool that allows us at a high level to look at the budget, but it has all the data behind it. It's a roll-up. But what it allows us to do is, for lack of a better description, it allows us to identify flashing yellow lights. It's like, uh-oh, something's off here. This is out of whack. Look at it compared to current year. Look at it compared to past year, etc. so that you can catch it when it's flashing yellow as opposed to it's red and it's too late to do something about it. That's the purpose of the dashboard. You'll see it in a minute. Another item that we think we can do better with is our software. We have financial software that we actually made a transition to in the middle of all this, which may or may not have contributed to the problem, but be that as it may. We now have had a year under our belt with the software. We think we can do better training. We think we can generate better reports. So we're hopeful that the software package is going to be part of the solution. As you know, Mike has announced his resignation/retirement. We've already hired our new Director of Finance, Suzanne Johnson. Suzanne joins us with a background in school finance and auditing, which is convenient, I guess you could say, right now. So we're very pleased about that. We are also retaining, and we need to figure out the details yet. I hope this isn't a surprise to you, but we're going to retain school management services in FY18, so next year. And the reason for that is for continuity. Not only did Todd and his team do the dirty work of getting in the nitty-gritty of the budget, okay? So they know what happened. They know where the errors are, if you will. They now have been providing oversight of the budget process and the finance process, so they can provide continuity to the new person when she comes on board. We think it's maybe a belt and suspenders approach, you might argue, but we think it's wise. And then the final thing is we're going to explore the creation of a Citizens Financial Advisory Group. I'm not committing to anything, but we had this suggested to us actually by Suzanne. Suzanne said she's seen this work well in her district and other districts. So I think we need to explore the idea of reaching out to people in this community who have expertise in finance to be a sounding board for us. School finance is extremely complex, but they speak the language. And we can have this group so that when we have questions, when we have problems, when we have issues, when we need advice, we can go to them. And just as importantly, when there's something that needs to be communicated, they can help us position that, package that, explain it. So another element in what we're looking to do to try to address this problem going forward. So that's my prepared comments. I don't think I'm confident. I didn't answer all your questions, but I hope that was somewhat insightful and proactively addressed some questions. I'm going to ask Todd now to come up. Again, Todd Netsky from School Management Services, and he's going to dive a little bit deeper into what he found as part of the analysis. Thanks, folks.
Okay, again, Todd Netsky from School Management Services, and real quick background on myself. I got into school finance in 1998 and started my company in 2006. So I've been at it a while and have built a lot of budgets. So what I wanted to point out here are some of those human errors that were made. And what we're looking at here are two line items in the revenue budget. The very top line, which you probably can't see, is the basic formula. This is the largest single revenue line item in our budget, in our revenue budget. And going from left to right, we have 2 years of history. Sure. So, one side, okay. All right, so in 2015, and I'm gonna have to look at my paper here, we had 46.5 million, call it, in revenues. June 30, 16, 48.9 million. We had an adopted budget of 50.5 million, and the revised budget's now coming in at 50.9, call it, 50,847,000. So this is a budget error, not necessarily an error. I would say this was conservative budgeting on the revenue side. This budget's based on the number of students that we're projecting to show up in the fall. And this is actually a good one. Here we had 50 more students show up than we had projected, and we're able to adjust our budget positive by 368,000. Next line item, state special ed aid. We had 8.1 million June 30, 15, 7.7 million June 30, 16, and we budgeted 9 million. So an increase of 1.4 million. There's a little bit of accounting things going on here in that we went backwards. We actually overestimated what our final state special ed aid revenue would be in 15. which is why June 30, 16, we actually went backwards. So we had over accrued, but now we're budgeting to go up 1.4 million. Our estimates show that this is going to be closer to 8.1 million. So that's a negative adjustment of 870,000. So very significant, and not the kind of budget adjustment you want mid-year. So that's a look at a couple of the revenue line items. Moving on into expenditures. What we have here are purchase services. These are mainly services that we're purchasing from other school districts for educational services. Okay, and to summarize what we have going on here, roughly 800,000 if you look at these four line items. If you subtotal those, here we're about 720,000, and the budget's at 226,000 for those. Again, the trend line, we're just not following the trend line here at all on these two, and these two were omitted completely. So looking at the revised budget, we bumped that up significantly. And here are the expenses year to date. Just to add this in, what this is showing is the budget remaining when you take your revised budget less what's expended to date. And again, this is an excerpt of the dashboard that the board will be seeing on a monthly basis. So one more, this is athletics. And the trend again, June 3rd. Pardon me?
We can't see what the line item is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the fact that these are small numbers. We are going to have all of this posted on our website. Thanks for hanging in with us.
But then we don't have a chance to answer or ask questions when we can't see the slide.
So we can't make it larger, but to summarize the two slides I've just gone through, our special ed revenue was over budgeted by 800,000. Our purchase services from other school districts was under budgeted by roughly 500,000. That's the net story of the slides that I just shown. The exact numbers, I apologize you can't see those, but that was the impact of what I just walked through. This is the athletics. 677,000 was expended 2 years ago. Last year, 682,000, and our budget was at 475,000. So again, the point I'm trying to make is that our budget coming into the year is off by 180,000 in this case. Just looking at where we ended last year versus the adopted budget. So to increase, we had to increase the budget to 681,000, and that's an increase of 205,000. So just a couple examples of those budgeting errors that occurred and the types of adjustments we're having to make mid-year to this year's budget. And this, again, we're not meant to see this in terms of detail. But what we have here for the board is we have 2 years of history, so the board can see where we ended up June 30th, 15, June 30th, 16. And we have the adopted budget, the revised budget, and some other analytical information in the middle there. The big thing that's very helpful are these larger line items like salaries and benefits. When we're tracking at 58% of budget, that's of the revised budget. So it's looking at what we've expended to date and what percent of that have we expended at this point in time. And we also have 2 prior years, same point in time. What percent had we expended at this point, at that same point in time last year and 2 years ago. So again, don't expect you to see this, but this is a good benchmark tool for the board to keep an eye on how our spending is going and is our budget sufficient. So,
Todd, I want to just make a point here. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we're not going to do at this point with that respectful piece is we're going to keep our comments to ourselves until such time as we get to the Q&A, and I really appreciate that. Here's what I want to just say with respect to this slide. It's blowing your minds right now, probably. It blew my mind the first time I saw it too, and I think I needed to be taken out of the room because it takes a lot. It takes a lot of conversation to take it all in. We don't expect tonight that you're going to understand and see every single line item. School finance is a very challenging thing. That document is a very real document that we are working off of right now. That is how many moving parts there are. As much as I would love to say we can oversimplify this for you, it's not a simple formula. We can't just grab one particular line item, this particular cell, and say, okay, that tells the story. Because that document, like it or not, that tells the story. And that is one of the working documents that we're using right now. I just want to make sure you know that. And again, it's going to be posted. You'll be able to draw it down and look at it in much closer detail. But that is a very real document that we are working from right now. I appreciate your consideration.
All right, thank you.
Sarah? Yeah, Reggie, would you mind advancing that? Okay, I wanted to take a look now at what adjustments have been made to budget so far. And as Reggie had mentioned, one of the things that was really important to keep any of these adjustments as far away from classrooms, kids, and teachers was to start with district office kinds of adjustments. And so, as you can see in the bullets, where did we start? We took a look at the immediacy of the teaching and learning, and we were able to do a reduction there by 20%. We were able to reduce our communications department by 1 member. We were able to reduce inequity by 1 member. We had some carryover of fund balance that we were able to help offset in this, and it had to be for special ed expenditures. And then we reduced the supply budget. District-wide adjustments, we eliminated the non-licensed overtime. We reduced the building level professional development where appropriate. And then lastly, in 17-18 projected district office adjustments, as we are working on this, and the budget doesn't get finalized until June, but we will continue to reduce at all district level staffing costs. We will be reviewing our administrative structure district-wide and make appropriate adjustments. And we will continue to reduce any of the district department operational budgets where we can. Also, I wanted to have Scott Hare, our Executive Director of Human Resources, talk to you about how do we intend to solve the staffing gap.
Good evening. As we go into staffing, it's a very complex pattern, and we do it all through the month of March. We start with all of our licensed staff. We have over 650 licensed staff, and we meet with each of the principals. We look at projected enrollment, we look at trends, and we look at class size targets, and we put that all together and do our best to figure out staffing. In the end, we do have some areas that we've had to talk with a few teachers this year to potentially let them know that there might not be a position for them next year. We hope they will be back. It is our goal they will be back. We're doing everything we can to have them back. So I want to show you some interesting numbers when this comes every year to staffing. Can you go back one? I was playing with it. Okay. We have attrition. And attrition is teachers either resign, they retire, they go on leaves. There's a multiple of reasons why teachers, and I'm not just talking all teachers, it could be social workers, nurses, it could be other types of positions in our collective bargaining group for teachers. If you look at those numbers, last year was probably one of our bigger years. We had a lot of retirements last year, we had a lot of leaves last year, and we had a few resignations last year. If we were doing this last year, there would not be a teacher that we would have said there's a possibility you won't be back. This year, right now, we're early in the staffing process. We haven't got the numbers coming in yet. A lot of these numbers come in right around July, end of June. Our goal is that These teachers will have those positions when you look at those attrition numbers. The unique thing sometimes, to be honest and transparent, is sometimes it comes down to, do you have the appropriate licensure? I can't put an elementary teacher in a high school science class. So it does come down to taking a look at all of those. And that's a big puzzle that we work very hard to figure out every year. But I do have, and I believe the board's belief is, we are doing everything possible through attrition that those teachers that will have those positions back when it comes time for next year's school year. The other thing when we look at staffing, and I apologize if you can't see this, so I will talk you through it. And if I have run into any difficulties, I'm going to ask my good friend Dave Orlowski to come up and help me. But every year, we look at the Metro class size study. Shakopee, the board's goal is to have some of the best class sizes available. That's why parents move to this community for their children, to have good class sizes. We look at this every year. And we look at what can we do to try to stay in this area. So if you look at the far left, we're 11th out of 35 school districts in the metro in terms of class size for elementary. So that's not bad. And then we're 16th out of 35 if you look at our junior highs, 13th out of 35 if you look at our senior high, and if you combine the two, we're 16th out of 35, and across the district K-12, we're 14th out of 35. So that's one of the things that comes out every year. You can get access to that study, and we do review that all the time when we go into staffing, because I want to know how we're tracking and how we're doing when we look at staffing and where we work with the board to ask for FTEs to go to. I'm going to give one example of Red Oak. And Red Oak probably is the building that is struggling. And we're here for those teachers, and we're doing the best we can to find every one of those teachers a spot in this district. When we go into staffing every year, this is how we do it. I'm just going to use elementary as an example. We could be here all night if I got into how we staff our secondary with all the puzzles of licensure. We roll our grades forward every year. So if you look, you can see how the lines come down. So you roll them forward. We make an assumption about kindergarten because we don't know what our kindergarten numbers are right now. Our principals right now are working with their secretaries to go out, call parents and say, please get your kindergarten registration in. We need to know if your child's coming this year. We've learned to be a little bit more conservative with kindergarten because if you remember a couple of years ago, we went to all-day, everyday kindergarten. We hired a lot of kindergarten teachers. We didn't get all those kindergartners in. So we are very cautious and conservative when we do kindergarten staffing. So we just roll them forward. If you look at that then, we had overall 2 fewer teachers just based on enrollment alone, just that happened in Red Oak. One of the levers we're looking at is a +1 in grades 1, 2, 3, and 4. We stayed away from kindergarten. We stayed away from 5th grade because looking at the class size studies, we know that this was a couple of the areas we could do all right in and stay pretty good class size across the metro. So we then look at hot spots. When we get done, we take a look at how we tracking for class size average. And I look at my secondary teachers out there right now saying, Scott, what's the process you use? And this is the same process we use for secondary. We look at hot spots. We take a look at how are we tracking on the targets. So if you look right now, the targets over on the right are what we try to get close to, but within a few students either way. We try very hard to stay with that. I would say right now, I'll let the board know we have 2 hot spots we're watching. We don't have those kids there yet, but if they show up, I'll be going back and assigning more FTE to Red Oak, probably looking at kindergarten right now, and I think it was 2nd grade. That's how we do staffing. So if I look at the Red Oak right now, there's a very good chance there will be 2 FTEs added back to Red Oak. Last year I went to the board early August, actually even a week into the school year, and we added several FTEs because we had a bunch of students move in. And we ended up adding several FTEs back to such as kindergarten. I think Jackson, it was third grade, I believe it was. We added staff back. But we look at those hot spots, and that's how we do the staffing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience and for listening to the presentation. Thank you to the presenters. I want to call Reggie Bartleman, did a ton of work getting this ready. And most importantly, I want to thank everybody for giving the board the opportunity and the time to put this information together. We could have tried to throw things out last Monday unprepared, and that would not have gone well for anyone. So we do appreciate you giving us the opportunity to pull the information together in a much more, at least I believe, coherent way. So thanks for that. Now we're going to move into the Q&A portion. As I mentioned before, at this point we'll ask folks to go ahead and step up to the music stands. There will be a clipboard on there. Please go ahead and sign in. When you step up to the microphone, please go ahead and let the audience know your name, if you would please. And here's just a couple of basic rules that I would ask again out of respect that everybody consider following. First is, let's try to limit your questions just to one. There's an awful lot of people here, and I would imagine probably any one or two of us could probably stand in front of the mic and ask a lot of things. So out of respect for your neighbor, let's make sure that everybody gets a chance up to the mic. Secondly, if a question has already been asked and answered, it probably won't serve a lot to reframe the question and ask it a different way. So if we could try to just keep the questions rolling that are different, that would be really appreciative. I'd be really appreciative of that. Another point, and that is, although I have no doubt that there are going to be individuals here that are going to be excited to hear the questions asked and probably some of the responses given, again, out of respect for everyone, I would ask that we please keep our applause to ourselves and wait, and we can applaud each other when we're all done, because every question is going to be good and every question needs to be heard, and more importantly, every answer needs to be heard. Third, again, this is our fourth, this is a public meeting, so I would really appreciate it again if we did not shout from the seats. Okay, I'm seeing some nods, I appreciate that. It's not going to serve any purpose for us to shout over each other. If a question is asked and an answer is given that you don't appreciate, that's okay. I just ask that you exercise restraint and not shout out from the seat. Is that fair? All right. And let's see, I think that's about all I want to throw out. I don't want to get too heavy into the rules. So we're going to go ahead and please feel free to step up to the music stands on either side, and we'll just go ahead and we've got Ashley over on one side and Angela on the other, and we're going to kind of orchestrate the questions being asked. Okay, so Sean Hallett is our clerk, and Sean Hallett is going to go ahead and document any question. What we're not going to do here up on the floor is we're not going to make any answers up. So if we don't have an answer that we believe is concrete, that makes sense to everybody, we're going to ask Sean to go ahead and put it on what we call a parking lot, and then we are going to make sure that all of those parking lot questions get answered. And when we do answer those questions, we're going to go ahead and append them to the meeting minutes from tonight's meeting, and they will also be on the website, and I believe we're targeting no later than Friday afternoon to get those out there, just to make sure that everybody knows. Let's go ahead and start over here.
My name's Marlon, and my question is, with all the stuff that you put into the budget controls, and everything. When are you going to give a report back to us to let us know what's going on, or what checks and balances you're going to put in, coming back to us? When are you going to let us know? Are we going to get like monthlies? Are we going to get, you know?
So you're directing that to me, so.
Okay, hold on. I'm directing that every one of you. You have the responsibility for it, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just, you're looking at me, so that's why I'm picking up the mic.
Caught my eye, sorry.
Your question is, when are we going to report back to you? But what I'm doing is clarifying the question on what precisely, because the kinds of things that we talked about are procedural in terms of the checks and balances that you talked about. So help me understand what it is you're wanting to see.
When you have expenses, when anybody goes on travel, when anybody, who does the checks and balances on that stuff, and how is it checked? You know, who does the final approvals on that so they don't get out of control and they're accountable for what they spend?
So the budget is, notwithstanding the errors, obviously, the budget is built at the beginning of the year, and we're going to do a better job of tracking to make sure if there were errors, they're going to be caught. But when you build a budget, we're not necessarily looking at every individual item to say, wait a second, Marvin, did you do exactly what you said? We're going to trust the leaders of those individual departments to a certain degree, and then we're also going to make sure that the overall budget aligns in terms of spending. That's what the monthly review is going to generate in terms of excesses, if it were to happen. But I don't think I'm really getting to your point. We're not going to have that kind of finite level of, did you buy the right textbook? Did you go on? I'm not sure that that's even practical to do. So in terms of reporting back, we're pledging to be far more transparent. We're going to have these monthly reports. We're going to have monthly dashboard meetings. So you're going to be able to see what the budget is, historically what the budget's been, how we're tracking, how that compares to prior years, if there are hot spots. That's a publicly available document. So that's probably the best I can say at this point.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Tim, and this question is actually for our auditor rather than for the board. There's been a lot out in the public domain, if you will, about you and your role, whether you know it or not. It's been out there, and so my question to you is this. Can you tell us what would happen under state law if you rigged the audit for the school district? Also, how does the public know that you're not just giving the answers the district asked you to give in the audit report? Is the forensic audit the final audit the district will go through? And if not, how often will the audits happen? And finally, how often has the district, if ever, had a bad audit? That was all one question. Look, I'm really interested in particular in what happens to you and what happens to the district if you rig this audit. There are people in this community who have leveled the claim that you have rigged this audit. Whether you know it or not, that claim is out there. And I'd very much like to know what happens to you if you do that.
First of all, I'm not an auditor. I didn't perform an audit.
Okay?
I was brought in to help the district identify the shortfall in the budget. And so I've been working on revising the current year budget with administration. We identified that shortfall, and then since then, we've been working on making adjustments to right the ship. And now, soon after, we'll start looking at FY18 in terms of that budget. So, what was number 2 of the first question, please?
Number 2, the first question was, oh goodness. It was specifically, did the school district, the folks sitting in front of us, tell you what to find when you went and looked through their budget?
No, they did not. Again, they brought me in, we sat down, we talked about the audit results, and the audit results performed by the district auditor showed that there were significant budget variances. And again, as Mr. Bowerman spoke, the FY17 budget is built on the FY16 budget as a starting point, and then you build in your other known differences. So there was the fear that we had a budget situation, a budget issue. So line item budgets, all 10,000 of them roughly, were sent to me and put in a budget model that I've developed over the years. And that produces the dashboard, and that produces analytical reports that shows that there's issues and corrections that need to be made. So
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Sure. G. Grubel. The question is, I've heard it related that there's a $4.5 million shortfall for the 2017 budget, but also so there's $4.5 million related today to the 17 budget, but within the audit done by Berger and KDV, there's an actual $5.3 million deficit that's already on the books. So are you saying that the $4.5 million budget is on top of the $5.3 million deficit that was in the audit, or how is this being attributed today?
So I'll take that. The answer is yes, in short. As maybe I didn't explain, I'll take the blame for that, if you will. What was discovered as part of the audit is that the under budgeting said that the spending was actually much higher in 16 now, FY16, than what was budgeted for. Because we actually operated to the budget we had. Remember, in March and June, we actually thought we were ending the year with a surplus. So the numbers we were being given said, we're going to end the year fine. But the reality was the budget was under budgeted, the examples that were given, and I hope those are kind of making sense, so that it said you were going to spend, I can't remember the exact number, 92 million, but the reality is if you spent because of the things that weren't reflected in the budget, it was 97 million, the difference being the number you're talking about. So we found out about that in October. The year had already ended in June, so we were in position to do nothing about that amount. So it fell to the bottom line, to use that phrase, and it hit the general fund balance. The 4.5 is the shortfall projected for this year. It hasn't happened. It's projected for this year. But we're going to stop that from happening by taking the actions that we're taking. Does that answer your question?
My name is Glenn Solander, and I'm a Shakopee resident and taxpayer. I have a son in the high school currently, and my daughter graduated from here 2 years ago. I'd like to say first of all, thank you very much for having a meeting like this where we can actually discuss things with the school board. Going to the normal meetings, I know that people tend to talk and ask questions, and you're just talking to an empty board, and it's really nice to be able to have some feedback like this. So thank you. You explained the current situation here fairly well and in depth, and I appreciate that. And you also said that, I've heard the terms complicated and complex, but to me, finance is pretty easy. What it comes down to it is that if you have a budget, you can't spend more than what you think you're going to make. Over the past,
I'll just throw that respect word out again, folks, please. Please. I'm asking nicely, please contain your applause. Thank you.
over the past 6 years, the fund budget, which is, I don't know if you'd explain this and if everybody understands, but the fund budget is basically the school district has a certain amount of revenue that they come in, and from that they spend money every year. Any leftover goes in the fund budget, which is basically money that can be used for any unaccounted for expenses in the future. 6 years ago, when Dr. Thompson came here, the fund budget was over $12 million. Since then, the fund budget has decreased regularly every year, and in the 2015-16, there was a negative $6.9 million that he had spent over the budget, and this is a regular occurrence in the past 6 years. So basically, this school board and superintendent has overspent over $10 million in 6 years. So this current issue, I'm just wondering, what is different now? Why should we believe you that you're going to try to fix this problem when the past 6 years, you've already overspent every single year? In
preparation for that question this afternoon, I was able to pull in some cabinet and a board member and talk about, and so I'm going to try and respond up on the big screen here, and it's a very good question. If you look at the chart, in 2013-14, we saw a negative $2 million, what I'm referring to is an impact on fund balance, and that's a negative, that's what you referred to. We were, so I'm going to give you a little history of what the overview is. We were $1 million off negatively on revenue. We had a lower student enrollment than was expected that year, and that caused that number to be off. And our expenditures were up, or a negative of $1 million. And the $1 million went toward positions and things such as our data and testing administrator position. We had 8 FTEs of student growth with staffing. We had converted 2 of our dean positions to assistant principals in the building. We had technology support, professional development, and increased special services support, all being part of an effort to take what was in the fund balance or the savings to try and make the district a much more competitive academically, athletically, artistically, and so on. The charge is that the monies that were put in that savings account were there for a rainy day. And it was the belief of the board and mine that we wanted to give our students the best competitive advantage of any students, the best experience they could get. In 14-15, we saw a $2.7 million negative on the savings account. Of that, there was a $0.7 million that was actually, again, it was a revenue. Projections were the lower student enrollment was not on track, so it was a $7.7 million loss. And we had expenditures that year that were kind of unprecedented. That even though the $2 million, you might look below and it looks like, man, that doesn't add up. In fact, that was the year that we made a determination, and we had many board meetings trying to figure out. We knew where our fund balance was. We knew we were trying to make a difference for the kids in the classroom and the teachers, and we were presented with a challenge. Do you want to do all day, every day kindergarten? And I got to tell you, that is, and I hope it does not seem like an excuse, projecting how many kinders we were going to have that first year was really, really difficult. And as Scott mentioned to you before, that we didn't hit the mark on the projection of kindergartners. But that year, we added 19 FTEs to take care, and that's not all classroom, that also includes the specialists to make the schedule run at that time. We also had, with that legislation, there was also the need to have more, at the legislative, by statute, to have more oversight. And we had teachers in the district in our Grow Our Own type of leadership campaign that we said we'd like to give these teachers an opportunity to evaluate and to allow the head principals to get out in the buildings and evaluate teachers and work with the staff development behind teachers. And so we added 5 elementary APs at that point. So you can see too how it's you could easily as a resident see how that addition, that looks bad, because if I were a taxpayer and I see, gosh, why did you add the 5 elementary APs? That seems like if you were going to see a 2 million hit or a 2.7, by statute, we were beyond our capability in the leadership, that one principal could not possibly get that job done. So we talked about it and we made that decision that this is something we had to do. Now keep in mind, this was not a This was not a willy-nilly kind of a situation. The board had to think about, this will take money out of our savings account. That's really important. And then at that same time, of course, we had the technology support. We continued to support our students, our staff, and our teachers. We each year try to increase our professional development for our staff and our administration to make sure that if we're championing to our staff that we really want you to have the best opportunity, all things equal, to help our students become the best. We had to give them the chance to kind of go out and see things and do things, but they also had to have things like literacy training, Steve Dunn and some others. So I want to make sure that you know too that was planful spending of the savings. The last piece then is the one that Reggie alluded to, and I wish the number wasn't so close to 4.5 because it confuses the issue and it's hard to get a grasp of it. But that impact of the revenue being off by 0.5 million, but where we had and this is what we were describing, the 4.7 in on the budgeting error, it's budgeting errors. We had put in for 10 FTEs of growth, and so when Scott talked to you about, that we have, we're going to continue through attrition and other things, so on top of what we anticipated, we added 10 more just to take the kids that came back in the system. We had made adjustments to contracts, and it was throughout the district, and in those contracts we had settlements that are trying to get all of our groups up into at least to the half mark and improvements as we can. And then I want to echo again, we continue to work on the staff development part of it and the increased special services. And I want to make sure that's not just special ed. It's mental health workers and folks like that. So what I hope this chart shows is that there is not an excuse for, if we were to sit up here and say, well, we were off on a certain year. Yes, we were off on these years, but there's also the planful. That money is there. School districts are not supposed to be a bank, a savings and loan. If you've got a kid in the system, we don't get mulligans. And we're trying to spend the money on the kids in the classroom, on our wonderful, wonderful teachers that we have. And I understand that sometimes a person might say, the increased professional development, maybe shouldn't do that, or I didn't agree with the contract settlement, and respectfully, I think everybody would have their own opinions, but I hope at least that helps explain and not sound defensive on what our current thinking was at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick follow-up is, what is the plan to prevent the district from going into SOD in the next couple of years? And you can answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Solander. We will not go into SOD. That is something that, statutory operating debt, and because we have Todd here, can you give the business definition of that?
Statutory operating debt is when your unassigned fund balance dips below a negative 2.5% of expenditures. So.
And Todd, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, if you recall from memory without putting you on the spot, do you remember where that SOD calc is for Shakopee schools?
It would be about a negative 2.7 million below that.
So anything, to Mr. Solander's question, if the district ended a year at negative, you said 2.7?
Correct.
In the hole, that's what it would be.
I'm Caleb Carter. I'm a junior at Shakopee High School. I'm here representing Shakopee Robotics. My statement is, we, the students of Shakopee Robotics, have come have become aware of this future budget changes facing our district. We would like to be guaranteed that STEAM education will be protected within Shakopee schools moving forward. Science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics are important because they are what moves our society forward. In the technology age we live in, it is increasingly important that all students have a solid foundation in STEAM. In addition, STEAM provides opportunities for students to challenge themselves. While STEAM classes are often considered an elective, without STEAM education, students will be less prepared to enter the workforce for post-secondary education. Although we understand that the budget cuts may be necessary, please remember that the students did not create this problem. We urge you to strongly consider the effects these cuts will have on our futures and make decisions based on how much it will impact us, the students. On a more personal note, I personally plan on going to college in the coming years to get a bachelor's degree in illustration. Most classes I'm taking next year are STEAM classes, art classes. With the possibility of budget cuts, it will be harder for me to better my abilities and get into the college and the job I want in the future.
I'm going to try this one for you. First, I want to say thank you for taking the courage to come talk to us. I know this can't be easy. All I can say to that is, as long as you continue to enroll, we'll have those programs for you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Kohler, and my question is, what effect, if any, will this have on the building of the new high school, or the addition onto the high school, and the academy model that's going to be rolled out in fall of 18?
I'll take it. I will answer this as a BOC member, and BOC is the Bond Oversight Committee. That is a committee that is, it's the executive committee plus one that works directly with our architect and our builders rep, ICS, as well as Kane Smith and a couple of other folks from the district. Thank you for the question. I can tell you that the bond funds for the high school, bond, whatnot, are perfectly preserved and are spending exactly as we had anticipated them. There is incredibly detailed bi-weekly meetings where we pour over every line item that is going into the high school, that's going into Von Field, to make sure that the items that the public is expecting to get are exactly what is being delivered. Not only being delivered, but being delivered at the right quality and at the right budget. So we look at value engineering. We look at things like, okay, if there's a particular type of wood that was supposed to be up in the corner, could we save $10,000 if that wood was a different product, and could we repurpose that $10,000 somewhere else? Those are the kinds of conversations that take place there. Any major initiative that comes out of BOC or any major consideration for change will ultimately then come before the board, and the board will have to decide whether or not they want to adopt said change. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Al Cruz, Reggie U, Silvertongue W, you haven't changed a bit. Rob, it's good to hear that you can talk. People have been waiting to hear from you ever since this thing started. I'm not done. Let's be respectful. I am very respectful. And that last lady kind of took my thunder. Your annual budget for schools, you came up, we have a budget shortfall. Okay, we get it. You're going to show us slides, you're going to show us all the numbers. All I want to know is who is in charge of this budget to begin with? Who is the budget director on this, and who is responsible for this mess? The other question I would have, and like I said, the lady just kind of took my thunder on that one, is the same budget director in charge of our $120 million debt coming up for your new school?
Thanks for the compliment. Appreciate it. I'm trying to figure out how to answer the first question. The budgeting process is owned by our finance department. They're responsible for it. They compile the numbers, they track the numbers, they put the data entry, they do forecasting, as we've talked about. They don't own the budget in the sense that the creation happens by a lot of people, but it is the finance department, and I don't think that would surprise you or anybody else because that's how it's typically handled in organizations. Having said that, we all own the budget. Rod owns the budget, we own the budget, we're responsible for the budget. I tried to explain how some things happened outside of our sight, I might say. We're going to try to correct that from happening again, but when you find out about something after the fact, there's nothing we could do. So the answer to your question is the budget is owned by finance, but we all own it. It's managed by finance, let's put it that way, but it's all owned by us. Now with Todd here, because of the errors that we found and wanting to have confidence in the process, that's what, in essence, Todd and his team are providing the oversight. The second thing you said was relative to referendum, right? I'm building on what Scott said a second ago to Kristen's question. It is an entirely separate budget. By referendum, by law, when you pass a referendum, you can only spend the funding on what's identified in the referendum. So we don't commingle the operating budget with the referendum budget. I think I'm getting at what you're asking. So those funds, our operating budget, you know, $90 to $100 million a year, depending upon what you include, is separate entirely from the referendum budget. Just so we're clear on that. So what Scott was referring to is the BOC, which I happen to be on the BOC as well, meets every couple of weeks. The budget is tracked separately. Yes, there's involvement from our finance department, but it's actually tracked, more importantly, I would say, really by our business partner, by our owner's rep. So, and our architect are part of that process because they know the funds that they have to work with, and they have a very intricate budget of what have we earmarked, what have we spent, what's left. We have a contingency fund. That might be something you'd be interested in knowing, that when you have, it's not quite 120 million, just so you know, but when you have a number, you don't say, okay, it's 100 million, whatever it is, let's plan to spend 100 million. You don't do that because things happen, right? You expect that. It's just like building a house. I don't know what it was like when you maybe built a house and you get in and you make, oh, I want to change this, I want to move this wall. Those things happen. So you allow for a contingency amount to handle those kinds of changes. And frankly, our expectation is if we do things right, and this has happened historically, and by the way, another sidebar, sorry Al, these are the same groups we've worked with in the past. And in the past, they have always worked the contingency funds, so we end up saving money that goes to a building fund. It's a separate fund. So we would expect to do the same thing here. Does that help?
That helps a lot.
Okay, thanks.
My name is Lori Kern, and I don't so much have a question, but I want to share some trends, and yes, these are based on facts, not rumors, that since 2013-2014 school year are very, very concerning to me, and it might make you aware of why it's difficult to trust what the board members and the administration says to us at any point in time. In the school year 2013 and 2014, my family was deeply and adversely affected by some very poorly handled responses to following procedures. And since that time, I have been paying a lot of attention and really digging and doing a lot of research. There are some examples where I actually know of 3 in particular, where an employee of the district was conveniently no longer an employee of the district after they were involved in either an issue or helping with the resolution that identified an issue. Now, if this just happens once, it's no big deal. But when I see a pattern like this over a period of years, it starts to look a little suspicious.
Ms. Kern, can I interrupt you really quick? Is your line of commenting directly related to the budget and budget focus?
My line of commenting is getting to where it can be difficult to trust these things and to make people aware of why there's a trust issue with some people in this district.
I appreciate that. I just want to call out that, again, tonight's focus is really budget specific related, so if we can try to keep that
Character related. Transparency.
Transparency is a great example because I think my definition of transparency and the definition of some of our leadership must be very, very different.
Mine too.
In 2013, and well, actually, as some people may know, Dr. Thompson left his previous 2 districts amid issues.
Lori, that's absolutely not true. 100% not true. And I think the fact that you would stand up here and attack me like that is absolutely unfair without the facts. I will share, although I don't need to, I will share with you that when because I know there was a question about Greenway a dozen or so years ago. When I took the job after having been a high school principal in Greenway for 2 years, Greenway had been, and I bet there's some Rangers in this room right now who know Greenway. Greenway was the district that had been in debt the longest of any school district, and that we asked that question earlier, the SOD question. They had been sometime back in the 90s. When, as high school principal after my 2nd year, and they didn't have anyone basically apply for the job, they had said to me, would you be willing to do it? And it was no additional salary, no benefits, it was just, would you help us get out of SOD? So I was their superintendent for 2 years. And at the time, remember we were in SOD, I ended up having to cut, I think the number's around 20-some staff to get out of SOD, and this is a staff of maybe 60-some. So you can imagine the kind of impact that has on a community. But I took the job knowing how difficult that work was going to be. I thought I had the internal fortitude to do that. We did it. I had to cut teachers and friends. I mean, on the Iron Range, that's a small, small community. So when I left there for St. Anthony New Brighton in the Metro, I knew going into it, when you're cutting 1/3 of a district staff, there was not going to be the chance of any of that, of sticking around. That was not part of the bigger plan. The plan was help them. Now I'm proud to say, it started in the early 90s where their SOD, they had their bankruptcy. 3 years after I left, they had the very first positive fund balance in the history, well, maybe not the history, but since the early 90s. That was part of the plan, Lori. That was the big picture. And I don't think anyone in schools and who knows St. Anthony New Brighton would say that that was a bad move to go there. And when I left St. Anthony New Brighton, they had a much larger, and I could pull the number up if I needed to, a much, much larger reserve or savings account than when I got there. But I will also tell you, full disclosure, I had a finance director and a team that really helped me so that my skill set, I could work on those things. What I have here is not, I'm not saying that at Greenway I didn't do hard work or it was not difficult work, and the same thing at St. Anthony New Brighton. But what I'm saying is I left St. Anthony New Brighton for this beautiful community, this diverse community. Now, that's part of, Lori, why I'm saying to you is I didn't want to have to go down the where have you been track, but I think it's important that people know when we say that we're going to say the facts, that we do that. We say the facts, and I hope that didn't sound aggressive. I was just trying to make sure that it was, the facts were the facts on that.
Thank you for that. Maybe I won't make a joke about alternative facts. That was not meant to be an attack on you, and I do have information that gives a different viewpoint. The other thing that I'd like to make people aware of is that the administration and school board took absolutely no interest or action when they were alerted to a failure to comply with some of the district's policies and procedures, one of which is actually required by Minnesota state law. There has been some inconsistent practices in terms of how students are given consequences for very similar things. I know of a specific situation.
All right, Lori, now we're getting into student behavior. This is really outside of where we're at. So if there's a question, I really need you to get to it, because if you see the line, there's a lot of people that want to ask questions. Please.
If you stop interrupting me, I will just continue. Also, there's other areas where I believe transparency was omitted. I've reached out to school board members who haven't contacted me back. I don't think that's what I want to the school board. School board members voting to give themselves an additional year on the school board. I know that it was done because you want to get on the on the election years, which I think makes sense. But in with everything else, that's questionable to me. So I think there's just so many things that when you look at them over time, and you look at all of these trends, there's a lot of things that are very concerning that people may not know about. And I'm willing to share the information with them. Thank you.
My name is Mike Ritter, Shakopee resident for 16 years. One child at Eagle Creek, another one a few years back. And probably in the 2020s will be in kindergarten. Luckily, I'm in a position to be able to take some time the past week since I learned about this issue to go through the numbers a little bit more in depth than I probably even wanted to. And I guess my general question will resolve around the general fund balance, as a lot of this stuff has been talked about that I had already planned to. And while I believe that your quote was that it is not meant to be a bank, that you just said a few moments ago, in looking at our fund balance, we're projected at, what we did at the end of 2016 to only have a 2.8% reserve of fund. That's what we had at the end of the year. There's no other metro school district that's even close to that. The next closest is 9.4. And that's a huge school district, being the Rosemont, Apple Valley, Egan High School. But our fund was left at 2.5 million. They had 31 million. So that's what that 9%. I mean, these amounts, the state average is 19%. We're at 2.5, projected at 1.7 this coming year. And then 5 slides ago, we're going to be fixing this with even dipping more into the reserve fund. I just don't see how this can happen. And it does matter. We need to be a bank because that's what the credit rating agencies look to it to say, you know what you're doing, you're credit worthy. When you issue bonds, the rate that we're going to give you is going to be compensatory to that. And you looked at what already happened with the bonds that were issued for the high school. We went from a AA2 to a AA3, and that is going to cost us more interest over the debt service. And it's just going to continue. And we're looking at, you spent down from 13 to 14, another $3 million, another $3 million, another $3 million. I think somebody already spoke to that effect. And you say that we're going to be back, have a fund. I believe your quote in that was 6%. We're talking about a swing of tens of millions of dollars. That I just don't see it. I mean, we're to get this school district back where it should be. And so, where is the money going to be coming from? Other than, yeah, make some cuts, but I mean, and just pulling from the audit. But I digress. It's. What is your overall plan to get to that $6 million that I believe I was not the believe that you said, and at the end of 2019. What's your plan to get to that 6 million?
So I think I would like to start off with addressing, you were talking about your research, and earlier this evening we actually took a look at our competitors of what their percentages are. So Todd or Scott, would you please give, or is it Reggie?
Yeah, they handed it to me. So I forget who it was you referenced as being closest to us.
The next closest I just went on the Minnesota Department of Education website and started pulling. I pulled some 20 school districts that were in more or less the metro area. I stuck to the metro area. I did not pull all several hundred school districts. Didn't have that much time. But to your answer.
So I'm looking at. Hello. I'm looking at the list because anticipating this question, we did that very thing. And there's no question our budget, our general fund balance as a percent of operating budget is too low. We fully agree, and it's because of the errors and the things we talked about. But in terms of the numbers, I'm not gonna correct what you're saying, but I'm gonna share information that I believe is accurate. The article that talks about the state average is a state average, and it reflects every district in the state. So it includes every little, I don't want to say backwater, but every small little district who has a tiny little budget, who may have a fund balance that skews that percentage. So that's not necessarily a fair comparison. However, you did talk about looking at the metro. That's what I have in front of me, and the comparison, the closest one to us, is actually 4.4% at Bloomington. So that's not an excuse. The fact of the matter is, we have a fund balance that's too low. And we are going to restore that. And you ask how we're going to do that. We're going to do that by living within our means, by having a budget that says this is your revenues. Now remember, there's puts and calls in revenue. It is a very complex process. But by tracking it better, number one, by expensing more conservatively and tracking it better, especially on the expense side, we approved the last 2 years, believe it or not, budgets that were less than our revenue. But because of the errors, meaning FY16 and FY17, go look it up. We approved a budget with revenues higher than expenses. We were going to drop money to the bottom line. That's what we want to do. But because of the kinds of problems we talked about tonight, it didn't happen. And I apologize for that. It was wrong. It should have never happened, and it should have been caught. But that's how we're going to budget. We're going to budget by saying, this is how much we have to live off of, if you will. We're going to spend to this level, and the difference is going to fall. So the projection of returning is, in fact, a projection. Let's be honest. It's a projection to return to a more substantial fund balance, and it's going to take time. So I'm not going to say trust me, because that was identified as an obvious issue, but that is our plan. That is absolutely our plan.
And if I just, this has been going on, 3 years running. And while you'd say some of those were planned spend downs, you look at that and the trend, 3 million on average every year, the fund is going down. And then we're supposed to believe that this is just going to magically stop on a dime, this crazy spending. And then we're going to start increasing it and everything's going to be fine in a couple of years. That's a really, really, really hard to believe. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, just out of respect for everybody, we did say tonight's meeting was going to go from 6 to 7:30. However, we have no intention of quitting. Just wanted you to know, if anybody has to be somewhere else at 7:30, now I would, I'm just looking at the clock up there, it's 7:33. But we are going to stay and continue to answer every question that is presented tonight, okay? So we'll go back over this side.
Thank you. My name is Brian Smokey. I've been a 12-year resident of Shakopee. And I'm just trying to get my arms around some of the timelines that you presented. So when you knew about this budget, was, as most typical businesses do, if you don't know the expected expense or shortfall, you start a hiring freeze. Was a hiring freeze ever discussed last fall or last winter?
Most of our staffing is actually done in contracted employees. So they would start at the beginning of the school year and go through the end. So as far as a hiring freeze, we didn't add new positions. We did, in fact, we looked at where appropriate, not even backfill them.
Okay, so then why on March 3rd were 4 new principals announced for the academies of Shakopee? In my estimation, it's an additional $333,000 in salary alone.
I greatly appreciate that question because you're not the only one that's had that question. And it's yet another example of how if I would have communicated that differently, you and others wouldn't be upset about it. What we did is the academies of Shakopee actually open up in the fall of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So what we did is we have currently 3 assistant principals, and we told them that we had them reapply for what would be like, I believe, the banding and grading of is it a middle school principal, Scott?
Are these additional positions or not?
No. So they're in our high school right now, and when the academies open up in 18, we won't have any assistant principals. They take over the
What salary are they getting?
They're like I think it's like a middle school principal. Like a middle school principal.
$111,000.
It would probably be that, and they probably are making close to that.
So this is my issue with the transparency. So you announce this on March 3rd, on March 9th and 10th, the teachers are told, we might not have a position for you. On March 13th, the public is told, this is where the trust issue comes in. There's no transparency.
If I could just follow up on that, you have every right to be disappointed. You have every right to be upset, and I want to reinforce what I started the night out. When timing-wise of the communication, you're right. That's horrible. And that led to problems for the teaching staff. It led to problems for others. That was wrong. The timing was wrong. It was the wrong message. And I also recognize that does lead to trust issues because it wasn't clear. So what I wanted to say to you is that what we're trying to do with the Academies model is take the most cost-effective way of operating that building and try to put the money as close as we can to the kids in the classroom, and then count on our current people that we grew. We have 1 teaching and learning person that we grew to be the freshman principal, and the other 3 we grew that are currently assistant principals. And so that's the point I wanted to make, is you are absolutely right. That confused people, and it shouldn't have been on the way that was released, that information. Could I also share with you, though, we were at a point in time where we were trying to do a domino effect of having our counselors pick what academy they want to help kids in. And when the counselors got to know who their principal was of the academy, that might impact their choice on who they want to work with. And so the decision was made, just to give you the background, that if the counselors truly were going to have a chance to pick the person that they wanted to work the closest with, then they needed to know who that person was. Because we didn't do anything with those assistants right now differently.
That's fine. The other portion of the trust issue comes in 2 years ago. Many of us in this room were hit with a double-digit tax increase on our properties because of, again, budgeting errors. Now you're affecting my kids. This is where I get angry. I can make up the property tax. I cannot make up if my kid is in a class of 30 because of stupid budgeting decisions made by the school board.
My name is Bill Anderson. I'm a resident in Shakopee. Been here 12 years. One of the people made a comment about the writing being too small on the board and that they couldn't see it. You can't, Scott, you kind of got aggressive with that when somebody confronted you on it. And teachers in the classroom, when they have something up on a board, they make sure all the students, because you don't know who can see very well, all are sitting with the sheet in their hands so they can look at the sheet and it coincides, you know, with what's on the screen. And, you know, it's kind of talk about disrespectful when that was addressed that, you know, you weren't prepared. The issue with the talking about the assistant principals and that, and when you get large class sizes, you're going to have a lot of behaviors that happen. I come from a family of educators, and the more kids you have, the more behavioral issues, so you're going to need more support, and I can see where the APs came in. It kind of goes with the territory, but the biggest piece is the finance director is a stand-up guy. He's a good guy. So what's alarming is we think, let's just get him out of the way and everything will be okay. And my thinking is there's other people that are on this finance team putting the budget together, and there were some grave errors by the numbers brought in from the different teams, but yet the finance director disappears, and that's alarming to me, that there isn't any discussion of other people losing their jobs amongst this situation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Lee, and I'm here speaking on behalf of all of those standing. These people belong to our Red Oak family. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board members for giving us the opportunity to share our stories and voice our concerns tonight. I have been an employee of Shakopee Schools for 11 years, and I've been a part of the Red Oak family for 10 years. When I say Red Oak family, I don't mean this figuratively. We truly are a connected team of people who care 110% about the students we serve. There are those of us who give our own money toward our students' lunch accounts. Those of us who send books home with students who don't have access to many books. Those of us who relentlessly advocate for our students who need something special, such as a rocker chair instead of a regular chair. At Red Oak, we have focused on Friends Groups and Saber Squad. Both of these programs have helped our students feel more connected to school and loved. We allow our kids to come in early every morning so that we can greet them and ask them about their lives. These are just a few examples that show how much we believe in our students and how we only want what's best for them. Which begs the question, how is cutting teachers and raising target class size numbers what's best for our kids? As it stands right now, we are at risk of losing 7 teachers from our Red Oak family. Some of these people have been teaching in the district for 3 years. We have been told this is partially due to the budget error and partially due to our numbers naturally going down. As an instructional coach, I have worked closely with these great teachers, and I fear that living in limbo will force them to look elsewhere. Any district would be lucky to have them. Why wouldn't we figure out how to keep these excellent teachers if we claim to be a district of excellence? As I stated before, it is partially due to the budget shortfall that this is all happening. As a collective group of boots-on-the-ground employees, we have concerns that the money over the past few years has not been spent on what truly matters for our kids. According to the Minnesota Department of Education website, the percentage of costs at the district level in Shakopee has greatly increased, while the percentage of costs for teachers who work directly with the students has decreased. This is concerning to us. Our only purpose tonight was to bring awareness to the board and to the community as to how this is directly affecting us and our students at the school we call home. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us to be a voice for our kids.
Hello, I'm Adam. I'm currently a junior at the junior high school. I have a question and I would like to make a few statements if that's all right. So recently, this has been a hot button issue in our high school, and I've been asking some of our staff about some going on in the district, and I found out that high-level administrators can make anywhere between 2 to 4 times that of a regular teacher. So are these high-level administrators, like assistant principals, and even the superintendent, will they be receiving pay cuts to help ease or help?
No, that's a great question. I can tell you that one of the things that I've talked to my wife about is just that, is the real possibility that as someone who's accountable for errors, what does that do to one's contract and salary in terms of any potential raises and things like that. And so I think the fair question is we take a look at that. We take a look at that. We take a look at every possible way, any and everything that can be on the table. I think that's really a fair question.
Okay, then I'd just like to speak on some of the programs we have at the high school. Many people consider these extra or just simply classes to fill a schedule, but I have found that these have been really help fulfill people plan their future and really help sort of find themselves. I know that's a little bit cheesy. Thanks. My friend Caleb talked about STEAM earlier. These are classes where people can think outside the box. These are innovators, our future scientists, engineers, and I'd really appreciate it if they could be, if you could consider them as such, that the responsibility that these programs hold do not be taken lightly.
I can tell you that as a board, we've talked about STEAM and STEM and how important they are, and I don't think we want to cut that, because those are truly important for our kids. So as long as our kids are enrolling, it is definitely something we're not going to cut.
Okay, then the next is the social studies or social sciences department. Once again, these are the classes that people think that people just take to fill in an extra hour, but these help build bridges in between the cultures, especially in such a diverse community such as ours. So it really does hold a certain virtue to all of us. And then, in addition to those two, I would like to lastly speak on behalf of the foreign languages. The 3 foreign languages that we provide, Japanese, Spanish, and German, are all very practical in the workplaces. German is the most widely used in STEM. Japan has one of the most booming economies in the world, and it will be needed in future economic ventures, and Spanish is one of the most widely used altogether. So I really hope that you guys take listen to our sort of pleas, that these do carry a large responsibility on our students' futures. Thanks.
Well, really, thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, Nancy Toole, our executive director of teaching and learning, Nancy, would you talk about, because I think there's a fear of reduction of opportunities for kids. Can you address what you are personally working on in your position to make sure more opportunities are there?
So you are absolutely not, it's not cheesy. This is where kids find themselves and what they want to do in post-secondary and beyond career. So right now, we are looking at budget adjustments for teaching and learning, as we should, because we do want to minimize all possible impact on the classroom. But we will be continuing to add to our programming. We've started, I'm thinking about our robotics kit. We added 2 years ago a computer science component that we're continuing to grow. We may grow a little bit more slowly than what we've had in the last few years, because we've been on a pretty aggressive pace from a teaching and learning perspective in terms of course development to help make those changes that kids are looking for. But we will be well within what we need to do to be prepared for the fall of 2018 when we open the academies of Shakopee. But you are, like most students, you are dead on in terms of what we're trying to do. We are really trying to make sure that the academies help students find their passion, their areas of interest, and can make a seamless transition to what they want to do in post-secondary, whether that's a 1-year school, a 2-year school, a 4-year school, military, whatever it might be, and career. And so we are not going to be impacting those courses. As our board member, Angela Tucker, said, they do have to have enrollment to run. Kids have to register for them because kids vote when they register in terms of what they want to take. But there's no intention to cut any of those programs at this time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, my name is Hannah Massard and I'm a 7th grader student at Shakopee East Junior High. I'm extremely thankful that I've been given this opportunity to speak. I would like to address a concern I have. I'm here on behalf of all students seeking out dreams. Mine personally is to become a computer scientist. Shakopee has done an excellent job of encouraging and helping me to pursue that. But I'm here concerned on behalf of my teachers, my fellow students, and the excellence of our community. As you know, technology is changing rapidly about every 3 years, calling for a higher demand in STEM jobs, and very few people are moving into this workforce. This saddens me very much. My app creations teacher and other teachers are being told they might not have a job next year. Not to mention the fact that they have families that need providing for, and my fellow students will be affected greatly. The loss of these courses could result in students not being able to reach their full potential. It was said during the Shakopee referendum that over $100 million was asked from citizens of Shakopee, and 25 million of those were to be used in involvement of technology. Why are we changing what has been promised? Thank you again for letting me speak on this problem. I applaud Shakopee greatly for the excellent educational attention provided throughout my years of observation and involvement. I look forward to hear how you choose to approach my concerns tonight.
Talking to the mic. I'm not sure where the question about, I don't want to frame it for you. You have a concern about the 25 million that's going towards technology specifically?
I can speak about that because I provide that information. According to Shakopee Valley News, you came to us to ask for $125 million. We gave it to you. We trusted that you were going to manage that money appropriately. So her concern is that her app creations teacher is being basically said, we don't have a job for you. So she's concerned about this teacher, about the other teachers, and about the future of technology in Shakopee. So that is the question.
I'm not exactly sure how we would approach that because we're talking about, just to clarify, it's 2.5 million over the course of 10 years is what is coming into the district from the taxpayers, from the referendum, and that is directly attributed to, similar to, let me try to answer this one, similar to what Reggie mentioned about Bach and the fact that we have very specific accounting. We are going to have very specific accounting as well, just like we do for the high school, to account for the 2.5 million that goes into technology. That isn't anything that I certainly have in front of me here proper, unless Brian. All right, our tech director, Brian.
Could I take a shot at this though? I think is it Hannah? I think what Hannah's talking about is not the devices and stuff. What you're talking about is you've got a teacher that you've grown fond of, that's a quality teacher, and you don't want him or her to leave. So here's what I would say. Now and in the future, and you're in what grade?
7th grade.
7th grader. So when you're a 9th grader and you're at the Academies of Shakopee, one of the things that we have already put in place and will work with you, your classmates, and the community on, we actually have a science and technology academy for you. And it doesn't make sense to me that if we are trying to develop a science and technology academy, that we don't have the ramp up, or I think gateway classes to get you ready for that. So what we're going to do is, in the areas that, such as science and technology, we must continue to offer the gateway courses so that you get ready as a 9th grader to move on to that academy. I don't know if anyone else in the cabinet wanted to speak to any other thing there. Was that your question? It was not so much the machines or getting devices, is that right? Did I answer your question, Anna? Okay, thank you for asking it.
I do think it's important because Angela has mentioned it twice. At the secondary level, when there's elective courses, and what it means when it's an elective course, it means kids choose it. They're not required to take it, like maybe a math class or an English class. Just like this happens in high school and middle level as well as college, it does have to fill. So in other words, you have to get, the number that you're looking for to run a section. And if only 10 kids sign up for a course, that particular course might not run because we'd be looking for a larger class size in order to run that class. It doesn't mean that the course isn't offered again the next year as part of the registration process, but it does have to have enough students fill it in order to run it. And that may be part of the confusion as well.
Anna? Oh, hi. I also want to clarify that the $125 million that we asked for and the community gave us, that is a completely separate budget from anything that happens in the classroom, staffing related. That $125 million, or the 25 that you're referring to with technology, absolutely will be spent on technology. We have to do that according to the parameters of the referendum in which we asked. So don't need to worry about that part, that will happen. And it's just a completely separate bucket than your teacher and your class. Does that make sense?
And just to be clear on the tech, the 25 million over 10 years, 2.5 million per year, that is all going toward tech, hardware, support, infrastructure, all those things that make sure that when the kids do sign up for all these cool classes and sit there on their computers, they actually have a computer to use and it works and can talk to the network and do everything it needs to do. So everything we do as part of that tech levy is kind of in that bucket, goes toward that purpose and make sure that everything is doing what it needs to do. It has the staffing to support it and really supports the curriculum and the students in that network. So if there's other questions on that, feel free to ask them, but I think that kind of addresses. Oh, I'm Brian Drost, I'm the director of technology. I guess I should have said that before. Anyway.
Just a slight comment or correction on earlier material. Rod, you said earlier that you were responsible for communication failure. Reggie, you owned up to not oversight seeing budget last year. There was material about finance director presenting. According to our policy, and these are available on our website, you can look them up yourselves, the superintendent may delegate responsibility to other school district personnel, but shall continue to be accountable for actions taken under their delegation. So, Rod, I think it's more than communications. This is all in your lap. And then board, you approve every budget. If you didn't read these details, from what you were presenting, those are pretty elementary. Numbers that should have gone up didn't go up. There's no excuse for not seeing that detail in the budget. Now my question, you can respond to that.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think, and that's why I made sure I put my words in front of me so I was very clear that it's very clear. I said that I did not meet the expectations and communication was a part of it, but the second piece was exactly what you're saying, the oversight of our finance department. So I agree with you that I should have done exactly what you're saying. I should have provided more oversight on the financial department.
Right.
Yes.
And the presentation of the board isn't a presentation of the finance, it's a request for approval. As I understand it from members on the board, it isn't just here's the finance, hey guys, let me know what you want to know about it. It's an approval. You guys have a say in it. Now my question, the operating reserve. A dozen years ago, we had an issue at the legislature where they decided to argue about school funding for a while and didn't fund the school districts at the start of the school year. So there was a period of time when the school districts were basically self-funding themselves. And there's always a cash flow problem at year end. With our current operating level, we have increased it to targeting 4 to 6 months. How much operating reserve do we have in terms of months of expenditure at this point?
I'll take a stab. I don't know that I can answer the question in terms of months because I don't know if I can do the calculation in my head, but it's funny because I don't remember where that question came up, not here tonight, but somehow that question reached me. And I specifically asked that question to our finance department. I said, do we have any concerns with cash flow? I asked it this afternoon. The answer was absolutely not. And I remember exactly what you're talking about. And part of the reasons we were able to weather that, if you will, is because of the fact that we had a fund balance when the state was withholding funds. It was the 67-33 split or whatever the split was. So I know exactly what you're talking about. We didn't have a problem then. You know, I've been assured, and I believe it, that we do not have any kind of a cash flow issue whatsoever at this point.
Once again, you're asking the finance department and not digging into this. School finance isn't that complicated. I'm tired of the condescending, it's complicated, go away. You guys are professionals, we're professionals, we can understand school finance. 28-page spreadsheet, sure. It's not easy to read through that detail, but there's a plus and a minus on the chart.
You're right, you're absolutely right. And that's what we're saying, better oversight is going to make sure that the kinds of things that happened before will not happen again. But part of the issue was we didn't discover some of these problems, unfortunately, shame on us, until after they occurred. But to answer your question of cash flow, no, that's not going to be a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Giovanni Massart. I am Hannah's dad. I am a Shakopee resident for 17 years. I was actually part of the curriculum committee a few years back. I want to recognize the work that you do for the community. I understand that some of you are volunteers, of course, and having been part of the curriculum committee, I know how much time and effort it takes. So thank you. I have 3 daughters. One of them already graduated. And I have 2 going through it at the moment. My question is, I am a little confused because the gentleman over there said that this is not an audit. I am an auditor, not a financial auditor, but I am information systems auditor, and I work with in integrated audits where we also do financial audits. So the fact that he's saying that this is not an audit concerns me a little bit because the purpose of an audit is to make sure to get reasonable assurance that controls are in place to make sure that business objectives are met. If this is not an audit, then we are not, it seems to me like we are not trying to address the root cause of the issues. If this is not an audit, then, and I understand that the district has limited resources, I am wondering if we can go to the state auditor and request for help so we can have a true audit and really know what's going on. Thank you.
Good. That's a good question. So the district has an independent auditing firm of Bergen KDV auditors, and they are the ones who did the independent audit. Todd's company goes in and does the line item by line item, and if you're an auditor, you see what I'm saying? I think Todd referenced 7,500 or 10,000 lines of code. That's the forensics part of it, that he literally tore apart every single line item and looked at history. And so the important part is that we first learned of this, as Reggie said, with Bergen KDV, and then that's how we got Todd's company to come in and say, can you take it line item by line item, budget year by budget year, and make sure that we don't come forward and say it's a 3 million and then it's something else or have that number jump around. So he's been working on that ever since.
I also want to quote something that the Shakopee Valley News printed 3 hours ago. It says the school district financial statements show that since 2012, the district has chipped away at the cash reserve, reducing it from 13.4 million to in 2012 to 2.5 last year. Superintendent Rod Thompson said in March 10th email, to staff that the fund balance will be 1.7 million when school starts next year. So the numbers that are shared this tonight, and talking about fiscal year 2016, doesn't really cover what the newspaper is saying. So I'm a little confused about that too.
So the, excuse me, the budget variance chart that we put up earlier was, we tried to get the information as quickly as we could. When the chart was put in the newspaper, we quickly tried to put that together. The other part, though, is you asked about the current situation. We're not done. We were able to do about $3 million without anything to really start affecting the staff. So to get the other part of that, the other piece of that, that's what we were referring to as possible layoffs, because what we're trying to do is dig and find and use every possible scenario so that we don't have to impact any kids in the classroom or any teachers. So we're in a process that we're not done with. We expect to have those results, and at the end, you'll start hearing in April, May, and June, you'll hear as an auditor, you appreciate this, that over those months, the board will sit in learning. They'll take in information from the cabinet, they'll make decisions, then they'll say, we accept that, and we'll bring it for a couple readings publicly at our board meetings. That's the process. So as much as the plan is there, all of the key links or the key details, those adjustments, have not been formally processed yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, board, for our opportunity here. My name is Christine Robinson. I live here in Shakopee. I am a single mother, child in high school. My question is to you, Rod, and this is just an easy yes or no question. At any time, did you use your purchasing card for an adoption, and then afterwards request that the school board make it look as if it were part of a employment benefit? Was your salary increased based off post-benefit amount? And did you pay taxes on that adoption benefit? Is there P-card accountability in the district? If so, do you turn in all your receipts for your purchases? Are all purchases approved purchases? And finally, was your adoption paid by a P-card?
So actually, thank you for asking that question, because one can imagine as a parent sitting out there.
Well, I was adopted, and this one really threw me, so I really want to hear what you have to say.
Well, please let me do it then. Well, it's a highly sensitive issue for me.
As it is for me.
Okay? Please, I would like to be able to finish. So, part of what I offered up, and knowing that you were adopted, that even hits home closer to me. Having children who are adopted is probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me in my life.
That's right, it's just a yes or no. We don't have to go into the violin. I just want a yes or no. Answer the question.
You have the right to answer.
Please let him speak. Thank you.
Come on. I don't want someone to answer.
So here's what I was trying to say. In lieu of any salary increase for those 3 years, what I chose to do to call attention to adoption, and we did an article in the Tribune, and I've constantly made that my platform, is instead of taking any of those, I mean, if you took the adoption benefit and sliced it up over the 3 years, that would have been one way that the board could have compensated for a second contract. Instead, what I asked to do is, can we put it on as an official benefit? That benefit then, because it was a contracted benefit, and it's listed as the contract, that became part of putting it on the P card, which allows the district to actually get even the percentage back, and it was off of a benefit. So for example, if you are in a district our size, it might be about a 1% or something like that on the total thing. So the adoption itself or the benefit itself was pretty widely publicized. The putting it on the P card allowed for direct accountability, and it also had a side benefit to the district. P cards each month and each year are audited. We turn in things that are reconciled. So we'll turn it into our finance office. When we go through the P cards, if there's a purchase that has things on there that are not business related, you need to own it right away, identify it. As soon as you identify it, you either pay it off, or if it's a case where you had a receipt and there's not a line item, there's some leeway to go find the receipt or contact to find the receipt. So that's how we hold ourselves accountability on the P cards. It's done through the district, and it's also done through the auditors.
Right, but you're not answering the question. In respect to was your salary increased?
No, I said I'm sorry. I didn't want to. No, my salary did not increase. I took flat lines for those 3 years, so it was the same. And then in lieu of that, I took the adoption benefit, and the adoption benefit was then put as part of my contract.
Good evening. My name is John Canny. We have 3 kids in the district, and I'm a former elementary school principal at Sweeney and former school board member. And I want to thank you, first of all, for taking time tonight to listen and truly respect the different opinions and your opportunity to be able to address them. And I think in the long run, it's going to do a lot of good in helping to understand and hopefully correct any misinformation that's out there. Part of your hiring that you spoke about tonight were hirings that were discussed back in 2008 as far as hiring assistant principals for the elementary school. Having been a principal of 70 staff members, it's very difficult to do evaluations, so I understand that. And I also know, as I said, that those were discussions back in 2008, as well as the data position that was hired. So in looking at that and hearing kids advocate for programs, kind of that is evidence of things that we're doing well in the district. And it's heartening to hear that they're willing to go to bat and fight for it. So what kind of deliberation will you have as a school board, kind of a two-pronged question? Do you feel like with the adjustments that you've made based on the slide presentation that Mr. Bowerman did, that we won't be doing program cuts and that will alleviate the budgetary needs? Or will you be looking at program cuts, and if so, kind of what dialogue or what process might that look like?
So I guess I would just say so far in the process, because we are not finished with the process, we haven't taken out any like curriculum sequences, etc. One thing in looking at projecting my budget, I have the teaching and learning budget. So what's in my budget is a lot of the things that we do for course development, or grade level curriculum improvements, or support for teachers and training for teachers, curriculum planning time, writing time. One of the things the board asked of us at the retreat time when we were looking at projected changes to the teaching and learning budget was that we not stop the most critical work that we're doing both at the elementary level as well as at the secondary. And I spoke a little bit earlier about the secondary piece. At the elementary level, we've actually continued to follow our all-day K kids who are going into 3rd grade next year, making sure we are making changes as they come through our system. We're seeing dramatic and this is a tribute to our teachers, dramatic changes with a newly adopted writing curriculum that we're doing, as well as training that we're doing in that area. And we're also thinking of the high school student that was from the robotics team. We're also adding STEM components at the elementary level as well. So we are keeping our highest priorities at the elementary and the secondary in place for next year. We may slow down the growth of some programs that we've tried to look at in the past, or delay some things that we might want to start. And so that is part of the ongoing conversation, that we're figuring out as we continue. But, that's where we're at in the process right now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Grubel, and I just have a question about those P cards. Is there a specific person who's in charge of checking every month and getting those receipts? And how do we, as people of the community, see that? Because we kind of lost a lot of trust in the spending that's happening. So how do we know that your spending on those P cards isn't a misappropriation of funds or just being handled improperly?
So anything that goes on anyone's P card throughout the district, each monthly has to be reconciled. It has to be reconciled with the business office. They have to go over it. We have an accountant who goes over and checks for receipts, or checks for if there's a personal item on there that can't be a district purchase, then you have to pay for that expense. Or if there's some other kind of an item that the business office would not deem acceptable, then they will come back to the employee and say, it's not acceptable. And they have to either, if there's an absent receipt, then they have to pay for it themselves.
So how do we get access to see what you guys have been spending? Like specifically you, how do we get to see your receipts on what you spent on the community's money, whether it's personal or on school expenses? How can we see that?
Sure. So that's part of our auditing process, and we can make that accessible to folks as far as the auditing process goes.
Yeah, I think that's very imperative, being that we kind of have a lack of trust now in the spending, that for us to be able to see what you guys are spending the money on with those P cards would be really important.
Hi, I'm Leah Booty. I'm from Shakopee. I have 2 kids in Eagle Creek, 1st and 2nd grade, and another one on the way, still cooking in the oven. I'm a supporter of Shakopee Public Schools, all the way from the superintendent, the board, and then especially the teachers and the kids. I volunteer at Eagle Creek and I go to the PTO meetings. I had to miss a few this year. I want to tell you that you, the board specifically, have my support and support of a lot of the people in the audience. There is a lot of anger and tension, rightfully so, but you do have our support. A lot has been said today about the financial side of the equation, that education isn't, rightfully so. That's what brought us here. I wanted to just briefly talk and ask questions about the other side of the equation, which is the education side and the result that the money is buying. Investment in the private sector is simple and easy. Money comes in, you make it or not. You make return on the investment or not. In education, it's a little more complicated. Money, and then teachers' relentless work and their own money out of their pocket and blood, sweat, and tears that they have to go through, those are the investments. The outcome is our kids' future and our kids' education. Things that are not measured so clearly and so easily. Let's hope there's financial benefit to all of us parents, one day, but, you never know. So in 2011, the new superintendent started. Most of the school board started. I think Reggie and Mary were the only people that were on the school board before 2011. I want to know, what was the state of the district, mostly education, resources, curriculum, space, long-term planning was in 2011, and how are those now? At the end, do you have numbers that showing that our kids are benefiting from some of this additional spending that has been happening? Thank you.
So planned. When I ran for the school board, I ran because Shakopee schools were good, but I thought they could be better. And so I've spent my time on the board trying to implement change that would hopefully affect this outcome. And as you can see, MCAs are a standardized testing in the state of Minnesota, and from 2011 to 2016, some of the investments that we have made have translated into the highest proficiency growth in what we consider our comparable districts. You also see that statewide is up there. So what we're doing is making change, and I think it's making positive change for our students. Oh, here's reading. Reading, the reason that reading is only from 2013 to 2016 is because in 2013, the MCA test changed completely. And so we only use from the time of the new MCA test to the current year. So again, we also have the highest proficiency growth of all of our comparable districts, which I'm really proud of. Thank you, teachers.
Are these all grades?
Yes. Well,
Grades that take the
yeah,
test. So
yep.
it's an average of all the grades.
Yep, exactly. It's an average of all the grades that take the test.
Hi, my name is Jane Hogelter, and I work as a financial analyst for a business in Shakopee. I have taken a look at your numbers for preliminary budget for fiscal year 2017, as well as your financial statements for the previous years. So what I have noticed is that for fiscal year 2017 budget, it says that revenue is based on 8,890 students or 8,995 adjusted pupil units. However, your enrollment numbers in 2016 fiscal year were 8,134. So my question is, what is the enrollment number that budget for 2017 was made?
Are you talking about the adopted budget that the board approved in June?
I think so. It says it's a preliminary budget assumptions for fiscal year 2017.
Okay. I don't have that exact number that the budget was built on. So I know that the revised budget is, I'm going from memory here, roughly 8,200 students. And that's not weighted when you talk pupil units. You're weighting grades 7 through 12 are weighted at 1.3. Grades 1 through 6 are at 1. So.
Okay. Sure. Another quick question for you two is, it appears to me that based on the numbers I have seen that you will run out of your reserve budget by the end of this year. My question is, what happens after that? You've been operating, over the budget for the last 4 or 5 years. So realistically, there will be overspending, the year after that, but you will have no reserve. What's the plan? Where are you planning to cut your expenses?
All right, I'll take that one. So perhaps I wasn't as eloquent as I was giving credit for before, but we have a budget shortfall. If we continue to spend per the budget that was approved, that had the errors baked into it, we would be $4.5 million short. So with a budget, a general fund balance of 2 and change, that would put us in the red. So obviously that's not going to happen. So what I was trying to explain was that we are making those cuts now. I walked through some of those examples. So we are already at a point, and I don't remember exactly what the number is, where we've comfortably is not the right word, folks, so please don't misunderstand, but we've comfortably got to about 3 and change of that $4.5 million. So we're still looking for ways to address that. And again, I apologize if I wasn't clear. If we can't find the balance to get to the 4.5, so that obviously keeps us from going in the red, then we might tap into the fund balance. But the fund balance has 2 and change in it, so we have some headroom if we choose to do that. We would like not to do that. We are confident that the spending cuts we're making, plus any planned spend down, if we choose to do so, we'll still keep the fund balance in the black. We're committed to that. So we're not going to go in the red. That's not going to happen because we've already found enough to keep us out of the red, frankly, at this point, even if we touch the fund balance in some fashion. So I don't know if I explained that very well before, but it's not going to happen. We've already found the cuts in this year.
Is that going to be enough cuts since you have only 2.5 million left in the reserve?
Right, so hopefully this math makes sense. If we have to make up 4.5, and we've already found 3.3, the difference is 1.2. If we had to, we could take the 1.2 out of the 2.5 we have in the fund balance. We're not going to be in the red. It's not going to happen. And
that's fine, but what happens next year when you completely run out of the budget?
And you have every reason to think that question, especially in light of past performance. But that's where we're saying that what led to the overspending is under budget. We spent the levels that we budgeted. It's just that the budget didn't capture all the expenses. So as a result, we won't have those errors going forward. So we will have a budget projection that says this is your revenue, and the budget will be built to, the expenditures, will be built to that level, actually be built to less, because our intent is to drop some to the bottom line. So that's not going to happen. Part of it was the error. I can see the confusion, or I'm just not being clear.
Confusion, what I'm thinking about is that you're going to have more increased expenses. You're building another school. So eventually, you'll need to be hiring more people, implementing new programs that usually creates more expenses. But usually funds from the federal and state do not come in on time to cover those expenses. So where are you going to find money for it?
Actually, you're right in the sense that there's probably going to be increased spending when you open a new building, when you add programs and such. But the planning is, number one, you're going to have an increase in your revenues each year because we are still growing. We're not growing at the pace we were, but we are still growing. You have the state. This is part of what I was explaining before, that we wait on the state to determine what the spending is going to be. The state's doing that right now. They're actually dickering back and forth as to what the educational spending will be for the next 2 years. We will find that out, but that is going to be an increase. I suppose it's possible it may not, but we have every reason to think it will be because of the budget surplus and because the plan's being put forward. So your revenue is going to go up for multiple reasons. We just have to make sure that the expenses that we plan and capture better and track better, that we do that less than the revenue. We have every plan to do that, every expectation that we will do that.
Is there any expectation that you'll be raising taxes even more to cover up for those expenses?
I'm going to say no, but the reality is that's something we always have to consider. We always have to consider that on the table. And I don't think we have this slide, but I remember we talked about the referendum, so I'm going to bring it up and maybe it'll make sense to folks. Our operating levy of the 20 or so comparable districts is the second lowest. We haven't touched our operating levy and I can't tell you the number of years, but I want to say it didn't change from the first time I was on the board when we didn't change it, we renewed it. So the operating levy is very low. That's not an excuse, that's just a fact. And that's one of the reasons why on a per capita spending, we spend less, we receive less as a district. So the answer to your question is, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. That is in the mix. You always have to consider that, especially for the reasons you just talked about, which is expenses do increase. So yes. Are we planning on that today? No.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Carrie Ferris. I have 3 kids go through this school district. My last one is a sophomore. I hope you can appreciate the anger and loss of confidence due to the lack of transparency through not only what's going on in the schools day to day, what teachers and our friends bring back to us, but this budget issue. My husband and I were, ironically, I just got our taxes for projected 2017. We're gonna pay, my husband and I, $1,000 for the voted on and $500 in other levies. So that's just for the school. And we work 60 hours, outside of the house to do that. I'm on executive committees, so as unpopular as this is gonna be, it's gonna go right to you guys. after losing $10 million over the last 4 years, after, you know, the lack of transparency, after not hitting budgets, after our CEO would have been fired. I think you're doing an okay job, but our CEO would have been gone. And I'm wondering why all of you had a unanimous, we're gonna re-up Dr. Thompson and give him a 10% raise. Okay, that starts July of this year. We have had, essentially, we're the shareholders. And at shareholder meetings, you'd be out here. And I want to know why none of that is being discussed. Why you get a 10% raise? When's the last time anybody in this room got a 10% raise? I didn't need $10 million. Okay, and now we got teachers who are friends of ours, who in this community, they're our next door neighbors, they teach our kids, they've known our kids since they were in kindergarten, and they're losing their jobs. Like that, the superintendent who has dwindled us down to being broke is getting a raise. Explain to me.
Well, I can try to take that. My name is Matt McKeon. I'm the treasurer, and I'm also have been on the personnel committee since I joined the board. I've worked in HR for over 20 years, so I wind up being very involved in all the contract negotiations. We have a philosophy based on market pay, and that market pay, what you'll hear, I think Sean referenced the 10 to 12 comparable districts, Wayzata, Edina, Minnetonka. They're all by the same.
The answer would be, why do you have confidence in a superintendent that's lost $10 million over the last 4 years, and why is he getting a raise at all? When teachers are being laid off, and we're hiring more principals. I don't understand. Parents are being laid off by friends who are parents.
Okay. He has been doing great work.
Honest to Pete?
Did you see the academic? Did you see the academic results?
Great job.
Because of the teachers, not teachers.
That is because of the teachers. It's because of the whole team that's in place. From Nancy in the district office, modernizing curriculum, from Brian in technology, from the whole team, Dave in data and assessment. Everybody is doing great work. Everybody is doing great work. Absolutely. Have we had some missteps? Full accountability here.
It's been 4 years of missteps under Dr. Rod Thompson, okay? In a publicly traded company, he'd be gone. And I'm wondering how this board unanimously said our support's behind him. He's doing a fantastic job. Not the people below him, not the teachers, not the janitors, not him. He's responsible, ultimately, as the CEO of Shakopee School District, for every budget that comes through, every shortfall, every line item that's missed, every teacher that's laid off. That man's responsible. 4 years of failure is what I see.
Thank you. I appreciate your comment, and I can certainly see that. I can certainly see that. And as you heard him say just 20 minutes ago, his compensation is on the table.
Jobs should be on the table.
We have to look at the whole picture. This is a major misstep. This is a major
misstep. This is way more than a misstep. Our district is broke. You know, this is not a misstep.
Well, part of that 10 million was, as we've talked about, investments that we made into the quality of education. But yes, there have been financial missteps. And absolutely, we are here to take full accountability for that, as all 8 of us are accountable for that, and we are sorry for that.
Okay, I think I can appreciate your frustration, and I feel like your question was answered.
Was it? Why do you still have confidence in this man? Personally?
Each one of you should answer that.
Exactly. Why is it unanimous?
The financial director got fired because of his mistake.
Sir, we're not going to take questions from the audience. You want to get up, You'll do it here respectfully like everyone else. That was from the start. I'm going to answer the question in terms of why I have confidence in Dr. Thompson. And I've listened to you interrupt a number of times, so now listen to my answer. I have full support in Dr. Thompson because what I have seen him do in our district and the results you just saw up on the screen. Is Dr. Thompson perfect? Absolutely not. I'm not perfect. I'm taking ownership for these errors too. But I happen to know, let me be very specific when it comes to the compensation you're talking about, because when we did his raise, we do comparables. You want to talk about business? I know a little bit about business, and I know a little about comparables. And so you look at comparable markets, and you look at comparable positions. So we looked at 9 comparable superintendents that's in the pool that we would compete against, if you will. He was number 9. He was number 9. We moved him to, I think it was number 5, Matt, if I recall. It was in the middle. Our target with all compensation for administration, folks, all compensation is to be at the middle or just above. And we haven't been. So my answer to your question is I have complete confidence in what he has done. Is he perfect? No. But I believe in the direction this district has gone. I have supported it. I will continue to support it. We're talking tonight about finances, and rightfully so, because there's hiccups there. There's a pothole that we got to figure out. No question about it. But I'm talking about the academic achievement, the academies. I hope you guys are talking about the academies offline and the excellent things and exciting things that we're going to do. That's under the direction and leadership of Dr. Thompson along with the board. So my support of Rod is unqualified in the sense that I believe in him, I believe in what he's done, and I believe in how he's compensated. So go out and do the comparables. I'll show you the numbers, and you'll show that he is comparably paid, in fact, fairly paid, with the other superintendents that would be in comparable districts. So that's how I feel. You asked us to hear from all of us. Let us speak.
I would like to encourage everybody to take an opportunity to meet Dr. Thompson. Sit down and talk to him, and you'll understand his passion for kids and for our teachers in this district. I have not seen a superintendent work as hard as he has on making education better for our kids. Have we made mistakes? Absolutely we have, and we're owning up to that. But this man has compassion and has a desire to educate kids differently than other superintendents. You should be lucky to have somebody in here who has the vision to see the academy model, how amazing this is going to be for our kids. That is why I choose Dr. Thompson.
So I could just say ditto and drop the mic, but I won't. I'm going to say this. I was one of the individuals that was part of the personnel committee when I had the honor and the privilege to negotiate the adoption benefit for Dr. Thompson and his wife. I cannot tell you how good that made me feel to know that I could help be a part of a body that could reward this man for his academic vision in a way that was meaningful for him and his family. That, to me, what he's doing for us, his vision, his leadership, his strategy, what he's doing for Shakopee, what he's doing for our students. And one of the things that I would ask folks to keep in mind is, right now, today, maybe today we can't see all of the yield from the investment that's being made. But I can promise you, 5, 10, 15 years from now, when these kids go through this process, when they come out of the academies on the other side, and they go into the world, college or career, and wherever they're going to go, it's my hope that at that point, that's the report card on Dr. Thompson and myself, is that when those students come back and they get to say, this is what we did, and this is what we learned, and it's this man's vision that brought that to life. So I am 115% behind Dr. Thompson, and it, just like Reggie mentioned, just like Dr. Thompson mentioned, yes, we all have a piece in this. We all own this. Is he the CEO? Yes, but we are his boss. So we have just as much culpability in this entire process as Dr. Thompson does. Please keep the swearing out of the auditorium. I heard that. Thank you.
When the referendum for 2 high school failed, we were asked by our community to come up with a solution to have 3,200 students in one building with our diversity and our unique population and have them be successful. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I was pretty distraught at that thought at the time. This man, however, chose to go out and do research into what is the best way to serve those kids in high school in Shakopee. And what he came back to us with, I think, will transform education in this school district. Not only that, other school districts already recognize the work that we and he are doing, and they are coming to us and saying, we want to learn what you're doing and how you're doing it. We want to copy what you're doing because we believe in what you're doing. So, does he have flaws? Yep. He does. And I am committed to helping him. Sometimes you don't see them when you're within yourself. I think I and all of us are committed to helping him see those, learn from them, and grow and be the best leader that he can be. But I don't believe that we would have the educational experience that we are going to have for our kids if he wouldn't have led us there.
I believe in, excuse me, I believe in Rod. After having many conversations with him, during the referendum is when I finally started to get involved more in education, or back in education. And I wasn't a big fan of the two high schools. When I asked Rod and we sat down and had many conversations, I still, he made it clear to me what the purpose was of having two high schools and the size of the classes. And whether I still didn't believe in that direction for us, he turned around and after the referendum failed, he grasped a whole other concept. And he ran with it. And now since I've been on the school board, to work with him side by side and see his drive and his desire to make our whole district better, there's no way I can support him. I hope you guys can too.
My name is Ryan, and I'm here to discuss the budget, if we're still doing that. Okay, good. So, if we can walk back a little bit, it sounds like in 2016, we stayed with what was on paper, the budget, but there were line item expenses that were not accounted for, which basically piled up, led into this mess that we're in. Is that roughly?
That is how I understand it.
Okay.
Yes. We spent to the levels that we budgeted, but the reality is we weren't capturing the real expenses.
Okay, so what I missed this spreadsheet, was it like 46 million, or what was the budget number from 2016 that was on paper? Or 90, I'm sorry, I have no idea what the number should be, so if that's ridiculous, I'm sorry. What was the 2016 paper budget number that we,
in the total budget
of the education that the shortfall came out of? I'm sorry, so like we had 4.5 million shortfall.
There was 5 million overspend under budget, call whatever you want, in FY16. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so basically what I'm wondering is those, okay. So basically my question is those items, because we build our budget off of previous years. Yes. Right? So for 2015, 2014, were those line items also in those budgets? Or are they brand new?
No, they were, and that's, again, I apologize if I wasn't clear.
Okay.
What happened, as I understand it, and Todd, maybe you can speak more to it, but there were errors made in the 16 budget. For all I know, because I can't answer this definitively, they might have even been started in the 15 budget, but let's just, for sake of argument, they were in the 16 budget, they were under budgeted. So because you build your budget at a time when the current year is not done, and you use the current year as a baseline, and the current year had errors that had not been caught or corrected, corrupted the 17 budget.
Okay. Okay, so then going forward, we have an idea of what that number should look like, so that our paper budget is actually reflective of what we roughly spend accurately. Okay? Okay, good. So this is more of a one-time instance, is what we're, kind of assuming, hopefully.
In terms of the errors, the budget errors, yeah, it better darn well be.
Okay, so here's kind of my question, I guess. Does the state have some kind of emergency fund? Like, we have a rainy day fund. So if this is such an anomaly, surely the state would have something available. Or, I mean, have we exhausted resources to help us with this kind of one-time expenditure issue?
I'm gonna say no, because I know of nothing. I genuinely believe there is nothing. I'm gonna say, Todd, if you're aware of anything, but I believe the answer is a hard no. The state's like, hey, this is your issue.
But so the state's responsible for, what was it, 86%?
85%
of our budget. So I guess I find there's a little bit of hardship here. So I mean, have we even made a case? Have we discussed it with anybody? I don't know who, you know, on the board would be responsible or whatever, but it seems like that's a legitimate, hey, you know, someone fat fingered to delete on their Excel spreadsheet and now we lost $4.5 million. But
I love the idea. We said we'd take all ideas. I don't think that one made the list.
That's a little comedy for the night. I thought we could have used that, but
the answer is no.
Yeah, but have we actually like exhausted a resource of any kind? I mean, I understand if the answer is no, but like picked up a phone and just asked.
Oh, and no.
Okay.
Oh, I don't believe so, and no, we haven't asked the question. And I will pledge to you that we will see if there's any possibility for that, but I'm highly confident the answer is going to be.
Well, it would be nice to know, because before we start cutting cuts and whatnot.
That's a good question. One of the things we are looking at, and we have a team that has worked really hard this year on a QComp application. A lot of districts within the last 10 years went out and got QComp. Shakopee has not done that. QComp is a teacher performance type of package, and we've been working out all year on an application. Dale Anderson, the head of SEA, members of his group, administrators, it went out to the teachers to get voted on. Looking at the teachers, when did you guys vote? About 2 months ago or something. I think they had to vote in their buildings. That will bring in some additional revenue. Our application, we hope will be approved within the next month. But then now we have to hope the legislature will approve more funding. There's other districts that are getting that funding. That can bring in quite a bit of extra revenue that will help us. That's one way the state can help us.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, before we start talking cuts, because that was kind of the plan, I mean, we have local representatives that are elected, and I would implore to at least pick up the phone, even if you know it's a no. Just please do that.
As a matter of fact, Rod and I were in Representative Luna's office Wednesday of last week. Now, it wasn't on this particular topic, but you're right. We have contacts with Senator Pratt, with Representative Lunan, and I pledge to you we will ask that question. I'm just trying to manage expectations on what the answer is going to be.
Right.
My name is Liza Farm, I'm a taxpayer, and I just want to bring this conversation back to the students, because I noticed in your fix-it model a pretty bright red flag for myself. Not personally, but just because I understand the passion around giving the support to students that they need. In your fix-it model, you mentioned that all of the non-licensed groups will not be allowed to work overtime. And you also say you want to minimize the impact on the classroom. However, paraprofessionals are your largest non-licensed groups, and they interact with students every single day. They interact with students that have a wide range of special needs that are unpredictable and require that special attention. If non-licensed staff aren't allowed overtime, how will paraprofessionals respond in the classroom with students who have special needs are in the midst of a meltdown while that para needs to clock out? Who will be responsible? Who will be responsible for giving the students the care they need? Seems as though you've forgotten a really large group of students.
Thank you, Liza, and I'll have Julie. That's a beautiful question, and I'm glad you asked that question tonight, because there's been rumors out there, and Liza knows our non-certified staff well. There is absolutely no way I would tell a special ed parent not to help a kid with a meltdown. We have not stopped that at all. So if a special ed student is having need getting out to the bus in the classroom, we have not stopped that at all. That is as truth as I can be. The overtime comes with looking at some of our custodians on overtime, making sure that if custodians are working overtime, we have reasons. Was it something to do with the boiler? We have to check in. We had a lot of clerical overtime. That's probably the biggest area of our overtime that we're working with. We have not stopped overtime with paraprofessionals. We'll watch it, but it has not been stopped. The other thing too that I would let you know, so there's rumors I got about non-certified. We go into non-certified staffing next month. We always do it after teachers. I can tell you right now, we have not talked about cutting any food service. We asked for a little bit of an adjustment in the custodial budget. We'll be able to do it without reducing any custodial staff. And at this point in time, I can tell you right now, no paraprofessional is going to lose their job. I don't know where that came out up there, but that's not going to happen. There could be some shifts with paraprofessionals. Last year, we hired probably 30 to 35 paraprofessionals come August and September. That's the biggest time when paraprofessionals resign, and when the economy's good, it's harder to get good paraprofessionals. And so we will definitely not be telling a paraprofessional you don't have a position with us next year. I'll let Julie speak. She works closer with our paraprofessionals with special ed. But Liza, I can tell you that I totally agree with what your comments were.
And I think it's really important to be clear the words you put in your fix-it budget. If it's non-licensed groups that don't interact with students, you need to be clear about that because you're going to confuse parents.
I own that. That's my bad for the communication of the slide. I'm trying to be brief.
As a thank you, I just want to reiterate the fact that anytime we have a student that is having a behavior problem, a meltdown, a student who just really needs that extra support, we would never send a paraprofessional home. They would be able to stay on the clock. They would just put a little note as to what they were doing. It would all be approved. I feel like Scott pretty much answered everything else we need to, but if you've got any other questions, let me know. I suppose I should let you know also I'm Julie Menden, the Director of Special Services.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to answer questions and clarify issues. There's been many points made for families, students, and community members in the K-12 area of education. I'm currently an early childhood education teacher in this district. And just for the families, community members, and students that are connected with our programmings, including special education for 3 to 5-year-olds, and birth to 3 early intervention students and families, could you please speak to the budget and security of each of those early childhood education programming?
Julie, did you want to answer that one?
I can't necessarily speak as much to the preschool, the general ed side of it, but the special education side of it, we're funded through the state and we have federal funds as well. So the programming is based on student need. If a student qualifies for special education services, we have to service them. So that programming won't go away, it won't be cut. Part of what you see even with the amount that special education went into the general fund in the overall budget is for that very reason. We need to provide what's called a free and appropriate public education, which you know, and that's faith in our world. And so whatever those costs are that we incur, we have to do it. There's not a way around that. And so that's where we'll even see some of the expenses rise into the general fund, and you'll see some of the overages for special education. It's not necessarily really an overage, that's what it costs, and so we have to pay for it, and that money comes from somewhere when the special education funds run out. So those programs will remain.
And I would say too, you know, as an early childhood, program teacher, those are like in the business model that a lot of people are aware of, that you pay to have your student in that program. So there aren't any cuts coming to early childhood, and I would want to be clear on that. And what happens though is sometimes they make adjustments for tuition for their sons or daughters, that tuition might go up or might go down, and we sometimes have scholarships, as you know, for kids and things like that. But no, in our early childhood program, there are no anticipated reductions.
Thank you for speaking on that.
Hi, I'm Shirley Wingert, and I'm a retired teacher from the Shakopee school system. I'm also a substitute in the system right now. My question is when we're talking about our students, when you are pulling 8 to 10 teachers a day out of the high school to rewrite curriculum, or out of the elementary schools to rewrite curriculum, a substitute goes in And being a teacher, I know what it is for a teacher to write sub-plans. And so substitutes give you videos to watch, worksheets to do. What are our kids learning during that time? I can remember when I started in the Shakopee district 15 years ago, we did our curriculum writing in the summer. We got 4 days at half a day, $60 paid. So we were paying those people $240. Now we're not only paying our teachers their actual salary, but we're also paying substitutes $120 to go in, and it's no more than a glorified babysitting job in most instances. And I feel we're hurting our children in that respect. Because and I know curriculum has to be rewritten, and especially with the new academies going in. But my one question on the academies too is, we went and visited all kinds of academies who are successful. Did anyone go to any of the schools who have academies that failed within a 5-year period to see what they did so we don't fail?
Excuse me, Shirley. I'm not aware of, excuse me, I am not aware of any targeted places that we went that was targeting failed places, but I would say that the one place, the Nashville schools, was at one point a decade ago one of the most underperforming, least graduating, least number of things. So they learned through a decade of history what not to do and what to do. And I 100% support what you're saying on what can happen if we take teachers out of classrooms. And so I know that Nancy and her team have to weigh that as far as the time that's spent at the end of a day or in the summer versus the time out of the classrooms. And I know she does that. Nancy, did you want to address that at all?
So, I remember you, Shirley, when I was still first started.
And I wasn't always on just one committee. I would be on 2, so I would be out 2 days in a row of my classroom 4 times during the year. And that just makes it impossible for my students. I always felt for them because they lost that curriculum that we were working on, because nobody could walk in and just kind of take it, okay, we're cooking today, so here you go.
So, how much you meet with teachers is dependent on how quickly you want to change curriculum and add courses, etc., and how much you want to commit to involving teachers in that process. And I am happy to take ownership of the fact that I deeply believe that teachers need to be heavily involved in making changes in terms of curriculum or plans, long-range plans in terms of improving the quality of education in the building. So because we have been on an accelerated pace to do some of this work, we have chosen at times to pull teachers out of classrooms in order to make that happen, because if you only worked on it in the summer, we would only be able to work on a few courses or a few things at a time. I feel like that involvement has resulted in a much better product than if we had worked with less teachers or only in the summer. And with the slow, we will be slowing down the pace of the change now, but still meeting what we need to have done to meet like new graduation requirements, etc., for our students. So that will help with that issue, surely. But we have been assertive in terms of making changes both at the elementary level and at the secondary, and that does require that time. And at the same time, feeling good about the fact that we're still, despite taking teachers out in order to have them at the table for that discussion, still seeing improvement in overall test scores. So it is a balancing act, and I do appreciate what you had to say in terms of how difficult it can be in terms of subbing in those circumstances or preparing for a sub.
I'm Rod Hicks, Shakopee resident, one kid in the district, soon to be 2.
I have a clarifying question, or if you can clarify what SMS's role is going to be next year. I'm a little confused about that. It sounds, if it's just budgeting and going line by line, making sure we're hitting the budget, it sounds like that's a role for the new incoming finance director. So if you can clarify that, and then how much we're spending on that.
So I don't know, again, back to what I may have not said properly or fully. In talking about the fixes, the expectation is that we will retain school management services in some capacity. I thought I said we aren't clear yet to what degree that's going to be, because in fact we are going to have a director of finance. But the belief is, and I'm speaking for myself, but I'm hopefully speaking for the board, the idea is to have continuity from what they've currently done, all the analysis and examination they've done, because they've got the knowledge of where the problems are. But they've also been providing that oversight now to give us confidence that we're not going to have these problems continue or something else erupt. So having that bridge and carry over to when we have somebody brand new to the district who has no experience in this, who doesn't know what we've gone through, I believe is important. So I believe it's more of a transitional thing. And as I said, the phrase I use, you've probably heard it, belt and suspenders. It's like both. As far as the expense, I genuinely do not know off the top of my head. I'm sure it's, what am I going to make up a number? Why would I don't know what that number is. But in the mix of making the decisions to do what we think is necessary to correct this and to make sure it doesn't happen again, we will have to weigh that expense in light of everything else.
But it's not a long-term solution in your mind, it's just a...
No. What Todd does is for districts that don't have the wherewithal that we do. So arguably you could say, we brought him in, he was a bridge, he identified, really got to the nitty-gritty of the problem, and he covered us through the end of the year. I suppose that's a possibility. I happen to think the idea of coverage carrying into 18 in some capacity, I don't know what that capacity is, because obviously the more we ask him to do, the more it's reasonable to expect it would cost. So I don't know how to answer that, Rob, but I would say I would like to think there's going to be some coverage, some overlap.
All right, great, thank you.
And we can get that number for you. We'll put that in the parking lot.
Hi, my name is Roz Edler. I'm a Shakopee resident. I'm also a family child care provider, so I work mainly with kids between ages of 2 and 5. So I really love hearing what's going on in our early childhood programs, as well as what we've done in kindergarten. And it's just my passion, so I watch that with a careful eye. But I think something that's being lost tonight is that, education, it does take a community to help fund the amazing things that are being done. We can't do it without the taxpayers in this room, and I'm not a grumpy taxpayer. When the referendum comes up and it's for education, I trust the decisions that are being made, and I say absolutely. My question is, I worry going forward. While I honor the work that all of you are doing, and I have to imagine that your heart and your vision is in the right spot, and I hope it continues to go there, we have to act responsibly. My worry is that in the future we're going to need to call on the community for another referendum, and we should. Our kids are there, and I'm the first to put my money there, but I worry the confidence, no matter what we do to try to earn it back, how are we ever going to get that type of funding in the future? We need it. And my concern is that we've gone so far away from consulting the experts in our schools, who are the teachers, who I feel work the hardest, get paid the least, and if my tax money goes to their salary, hallelujah. I wondered, and I'll just give one example, and my question mainly is, how do you feel like we have the possibility of ever passing another referendum in the near future? That's my question. But my one example is iPads in the kindergarten classroom, which I know a lot of our staff has done, your staff, not mine, I'm not leader of a school, has done amazing things with, but when given a tour of the kindergarten classrooms at a PTO meeting, the rooms weren't even finished, open house was almost ready, and I said to all the mothers there and the principal, I said, well, what are all the iPads for? And all the moms chimed in and said, apps. And I thought, well, what the heck do we need? I looked around and there were no toy kitchens and there are all these things missing. And I've asked some teachers, I said, were you consulted on the use of iPads in your classroom, or did the cart just get wheeled in? And if they were consulted and that's the decision that they wanted and that's what they felt was best for the students, then great. But that's a lot of money. That's a lot of maintenance and upkeep on an appliance in that classroom that my personal belief is we don't need it. But I'm wondering, when big decisions are made like that that cost a lot of money, Is it just the school board that is consulted, a small committee, or is it the kindergarten teachers that are in there working their tails off, doing amazing work? And what's that process look like? So I guess, sorry, I had 2 questions, but thank you for taking our questions.
So when we went to All Day K, we had a kindergarten task force with teachers from each building, and they weren't involved in the discussion of the device, the selection of the device, as well as apps, but also we did a lot of training about, because it's not just about apps, it's actually about using the iPads for creativity purposes. And I think of people like Amy, Jackson's whole K2 at Jackson Elementary does amazing things to engage students and integrate that into the curriculum, as well as our other kindergarten teachers in other districts. But we had a task force that was involved in a lot of the discussions of what All Day K should look like, and that was one of the things that we talked about.
So I apologize for coming up a second time. I see there's some other folks going to take a second bite at this, but after sitting here tonight, I felt like I needed to come up one last time to face all of you. You're my friends, you're our families, you're our neighbors, and there's not a single one of you, if I posed the question rhetorically or not, that would answer in the affirmative. Did you wake up in October and wanted to screw the school district? Did you wake up and want to realize that an error was made? And I guarantee the answer is no for every single one of you and every single one in this room. And the snickers that I hear, and the guffaws that I hear, and the swearing that I hear, when someone sitting up at one of these tables might get a little bit emotional because it's their community, is unfair. Now, I won't talk about Dr. Thompson on this because I'm guessing people will laugh and guffaw, but I'll talk about the school district or the school board. Whether you have a $50 million budget in the black or a $4.5 million shortfall, that in fact, let's make clear the fact here. We are not in the red, and there is a plan to continue to keep us in the black and build that up. Okay? But whether it's a $50 million in the black or a $4.5 million in the red, this is a thankless job. And asking to kick these folks out of office, saying that you could do better, is just mean-spirited. I trust you all. Every time I email, every time I text, every time I call, and yes, your phone numbers and your emails are on the district website, you answer because I'm a constituent. You do work for me. You do work for us. And I thank you for every last thing that you've done for this district. You all thought absolutely positively that 2 high schools were the right thing for this community, and the community disagreed. There was nothing else you could do but go back to the drawing board and figure it out. And you did. Class sizes are large because of the $4.5 million deficit. Class sizes are large because we're losing 110 kids next year, projected, due to the recession, meaning people weren't having babies. All of those things are true. But one of the biggest contributors to the large classroom sizes is that we have not shifted our district around yet. And when it is shifted around, we will see it decrease. The last thing I'll say is this: the data are clear. This school district was lagging behind in ways that were making us one of the worst school districts, maybe not the worst, but maybe one of the most average school districts in the state. Sean Hallett's right. She ran for the school board on the platform. Okay is no longer good enough. It's not good enough for this community. And you may be upset, but when you're not listening to the answers that they give, everyone up here that says, yep, we overspent. And the reason we overspent is because we were investing in the kids. Does that make us all happy? Maybe not. But any insinuation from anyone in this room or on a social media platform or anywhere else that there was anything illicit or nefarious going on is offensive to me and should be offensive to every taxpayer in this room. I'll say one last time. These are our friends, our family, and our neighbors. And we ought to treat them better, even when they make a mistake that makes me angry as well. Because that's what we do in a community. Thanks.
I'm Devin Kriegel. I've been in the district for 18 years, with one child who has graduated and 3 children currently enrolled in our great district, which in our family's experience is full of quality, caring teachers who have and continually impact our children's lives, including Dave Orlowski, who I see. Love Dave. For that, we feel very grateful. I have read in the Shakopee Valley News reports from the board and Dr. Thompson of 5 teachers leaving due to attrition. Then within a week, it changed to 10 layoffs and 9 due to attrition that won't be filled. And teachers, even tonight, are saying it is in part due to the budget and not just decreased enrollment. There was a Star Tribune article March 4th that stated, growing districts like Shakopee strive to help recent recruits build a foundation that will keep them in the fold for years to come. And that was just 2017 in March. If we are cutting our growing non-tenured teachers, we are not working on building a foundation. Birth to 8, which would affect K through 2, are extremely important for developing learning. Teachers in small class sizes are important to develop and build learning relationships. My question is, what are your target class sizes now per grade level, and what are you projecting next year? Are our class sizes going to increase next year or the year thereafter, and not just at the elementary level, but in all grades?
We had a slide up there.
I saw it, but I just said 3D17.
Yeah, no, this is what our targets are for next year for the elementaries.
What are they this year?
On the right, they are, if there were 20, there would have been 22 first grade, 22 second grade, 24, 24, and 27. So one of the levers we're looking at is a +1 just in grades 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's it. And again, we're using that. If you remember a couple slides ago, we had the metro class size across the districts around the metro. That still places us well respectful in terms of all those other districts. Now at the secondary, we're trying our best not to have to raise class sizes in those, because that's, if you look at secondary, especially the junior highs, we got to watch a few core areas. So we're trying to go through staff right now. That is a discussion for the lever on the secondary. We have to have more discussion on that. But I'm looking at right now with a team of administrators, how many kids have registered for certain courses. I'm meeting with principals to look at core sizes in terms of like a social studies core, science and so forth like that. But we try to keep it relatively around 30 in secondary, which is actually really good. I hate to say it, I don't know, my kids, I'm not a Shakopee resident, so I'm not your neighbor, but hopefully I'm your friend. I've been trying to move to Shakopee because my kids went to Lakeville and the class sizes are, these are really respectful class sizes. I am not discounting that when you're sitting with kids in a class that are high, that's uncomfortable for a teacher. It's more papers to grade. It's more kids to keep managing. There's a lot of things to do. I totally understand that. The board has given me every directive to do whatever I can do to keep class sizes as low as possible. That's meeting with principals and taking a look at where they put their FTEs and how they adjust classes, whether you have art at a certain level, whether you have a social studies class at a level. Secondary is up and down depending on the subject area a little bit. But I can guarantee you this board has given me every direction to do whatever I can do to keep those sizes low.
Hi, I'm Katie Tabke. I actually live in this community. My daughters are 10 and 5 and they're at Jackson, and I teach English at the high school. So I'm a little split because I'm of two minds, to be perfectly honest. As a mother of kids in this district, I am really excited about the things that are coming. I'm glad that my youngest got the benefit of full day 4s and all day kindergarten. I'm excited what my 4th grader is doing every day with teachers who love them and care about them. So I'm really proud of the vision that this district has, and I want to continue to support that. As a teacher, this is where I'm split. A lot of the teachers I talk to are really angry, and as you very nicely admitted, we well have reason to be. To the point where I think that disrespect causes emotional reactions. And so I'm going to do my best to not have an emotional reaction because I think that's important for our conversation. I appreciate the opportunities that this affords your staff, your school teachers, and your paraprofessionals who take the burden of this on every day. I have the luxury of being a 0.6, but my husband will joke with you that I work more than I should with grading papers and emailing kids at midnight and all of those things, as I am just one of your 600 some who do that. With that, however, I do get concerned about this idea of what is best for our kids. And so I'm going to ask a very specific question, but I hope it gets to a larger general response. When you have to look at staffing and FTEs and those kinds of things, I'm curious as to the role that best practice plays and how we maintain best practice for our students and for our school at large. For example, the specific question I will ask, but of course you can respond more generally, is I'm looking at our media specialists. I'm working on getting my master's in media services, and so I've been lucky to be in the media articulation group for the last few years and hearing all their great plans and what they're doing. Very excited about that. And then the rumor going around, and of course I'm going to say it is to me just a rumor because I don't have the factual evidence, but the rumor is that many of them are being reallocated to different positions other than media specialists. And for me, and all of the work that I've done, that's not best practice. So my question is that in this reorganizing and this shifting around and this finding solutions to keep as many teachers as we can, what are we also doing to preserve best practice?
So I want to answer Katie's question. We have been working for the last couple of years to actually expand and move from a traditional media center to what we are calling a learning commons, which means that with our technology integration of one-to-one, what you see in those districts that do a one-to-one integration, that means one device per kid, which is what we have starting from 3rd grade on up, and then it's 2-to-1 from K1 and 2, is that you see the media center continue to do print in the catalog and the literacy focus, but they expand into other zones, learning zones like maker spaces, which are creation areas for kids to come to the media center and work, as well as more collaborative spaces where they can use the technology for presentations, to work together, to collaborate on projects and project management. And so we've been working on that for a couple of years. And at the same time, we are adding our last run, and Brian can talk about this, of adding grades 3, 4, and 5 are getting their devices for the upcoming 17-18 school year. And what a lot of districts are doing, especially one-to-one districts, is that they're trying to make sure that they have the proper level of support out in the classrooms for the technology integration. And so what you see them doing is using district-wide media specialists and then having more technology integration specialists at the building level to help students and teachers really fully take advantage of the new digital learning opportunities in that kind of rich technology environment. So what's happening, Katie is correct, is for the upcoming school year, is that we are redesigning 2 positions. One is our digital learning coach position, which currently is about 6, I have to look at Brian for this, 6.6 FTE, which is a district-wide position. Some feedback we've gotten from principals and teachers is that they feel they needed more support in the building than just what we could do with those positions. And then, so what we're doing is a model where we're going to move to a digital learning coordinator in the commons. So we're renaming our media center into a learning commons. So there will be a digital learning coordinator with one media paraprofessional, which is what we currently have in every building, so no change there. And then at least one technology paraprofessional. Some of the larger buildings may have more than one technology paraprofessional to form a team to provide support on technology integration. And then we'll have 4 district-wide media specialist positions that will manage our digital and print catalog, because we'll be expanding our digital catalog as part of the one-to-one work. And when you look at then that, we have met with our media specialists, we've met with our digital learning coaches. Some of our digital learning coaches will become digital. Basically, everybody gets placed, nobody's getting laid off. And they're either going to be, including our media specialists, they're either going to be a digital learning coordinator or a district-wide media specialist. We had one media specialist returning back from a leave who will have a classroom position, and one person that will have a classroom position. This helps us to really deliver on the promise to the community on the technology coordination, and maintains our media services. And it's getting, I guess I would say, a more efficient model, and allows us again to try to protect the classroom teachers by reducing 2 TOSA positions, which both are being placed in the classroom, but TOSAs are teachers on special assignment. So it does help that class size issue when we can lower the footprint of those other types of positions. Brian?
I think you kind of covered it. No, but just the one thing we want to expand on is that we have had awesome media specialists. We have really great people in those spaces, and really have invested a lot in making the media centers, which are the modern library, be really good spaces for the kids, and we want to continue that work. We want to continue that work and put the people in place to continue to make those spaces engaging and still develop a level of literacy, but also things like coding. We had kids talking about STEAM types of skills earlier. That's stuff that can live in those areas. That's a type of literacy in and of itself, and it'll be something we need to support and develop. So if we're going to keep moving forward, we need to really be thoughtful about how we're using our spaces, how we're using our staff, and all this awesome tech we've put in the buildings, and actually get the return on that investment. And that's part of it. So it is a bit of a change. Some people are understandably upset because it's a change, but in the long run, we do feel like we're doing something positive. So.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I live in Shakopee, and I was a former employee of Shakopee. I only know about my department, but I'm not sure how these budget cuts are going to happen. You described cutting like supplies. Well, we never had supplies, or whenever we would order supplies, it was always, it's not in the budget. We would ask for professional development. Nope, can't, because it's not in the budget. So how can you cut something that's not even there right now?
I think, Jen, I might be able to address that a little bit. I know that I was overseeing your department, and nurses turn in requisitions every day for supplies, and I've signed off several of them just in the last month for professional development as well.
I don't work here anymore.
Right, so I'm just answering the question as far as we haven't been short on supplies for our nursing staff, and they've attended many professional development opportunities this year.
Well, that wasn't the case when I was there. And for the record, my kids are school age, and they do not go to Shakopee and will not ever go to Shakopee because of how you treated me as an employee.
Hey, Gene Grugel again. One just quick clarification. So I wanted to address the fact that Todd's company is not an audit company, but rather a consultant or support services consultant brought in to assist with the budget. Is that accurate? So,
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard. I did this before. I have a hard time understanding you. I think you asked. He's not an employee. He was brought in as consultant.
He's not an auditor.
No, sorry.
No.
There you go.
He is a support services company for the budget looking forward.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
As well as the examination he did to determine all the
The current budget. But we've talked a lot about budget variances. There isn't a revenue problem, there's a spending problem from my perspective.
Actually, it's both, in the sense that if you saw the slide that was up before, and with all due respect to whoever talked about budgeting is simple or it's school finance isn't complex, I can assure you it is absolutely complex, particularly on the revenue side. I'll challenge anybody, come in and meet with us, and we'll talk to you about the formulas, the multiple formulas that there are for school finance. It's incredibly complex. It's very difficult to project with a high degree of accuracy. And then on top of that, you've got the state who gives you your numbers late, and our enrollment actually fluctuates during the year. So it's very complex, and the slide is where I started to go with this. We actually over-projected revenue in a couple of cases. The majority of that was spending, planned, or in the case of the most recent year and the current year, the errors. So yes, its majority was a budgeting spending issue, but it is a revenue issue, or it can be a revenue issue.
Okay, to the point. So then Dr. Thompson talked about how there was a forensic audit done. Was an actual audit, a forensic audit done outside of Bergen KDV's work for the 2015-16 year, as discussed in the news brief following the March 13th, or the last media outlet. Was an actual audit completed regarding the 15-16 actual spending, not the budget variances, not the budget numbers up or down, but the actual spending? Was there a forensic audit completed?
That's what Bergen KDV does as the auditors. They do all of the forensics, and it takes literally weeks to get that completed. The terminology of the forensics piece of it was what I was saying, that there's 10,000 or 7,500 line item codes that Todd went through to help us determine what is the extent of this. And we could have, I mean, there's, I think, 3 major companies in school finance that does this. His happened to be one that we selected to audit and forensically go in and dig to tell us what were the gaps, what were the omissions, what were the errors.
As respects to the budget, but no one has ever done a forensic audit of the actual expenses for the school district. Is that accurate?
Yes, Bergen KDV does.
No, they do an audit to see if you're in compliance with your policy, whether or not you're following board guidelines, but no one has done a forensic audit following the error, the $5.3 million error in 15 and 16. A forensic audit should be completed to see how that happened. Not outside of the areas of the budget variance, but in many categories, the expenses exceed the budget that was already there, and the budgets going in were already inflated because of the previously inflated numbers. Each year the spending has gone up because the revenues go up, and everyone thinks that that's a normal pattern, but no one yet has completed a true audit of where the spending went, how it got there, what accounts it was for, if there's shifting between fund balances before or after a board vote. None of these things have been looked at, and your board policies clearly define all of these things are a requirement, and none of this has taken place.
I'll just maybe go into more detail on what Bergen KDV does. So they don't do a forensic audit per se, in that they're looking at every transaction, but they do pull the sample of checks that they pull, and they go through and they verify. They'll have the internal control policy with them, they'll have the procurement policy, and they'll go through and they'll test that all those controls were followed, and that whatever was purchased is an appropriate purchase, that it was coded correctly. So they do that.
And that's the same KDV that's done an audit since 2009 that said that the board and the administration was out of compliance from having a control policy in place for all from 2009 until now. And it's the same audit company that is supposed to be trusted, even though the same response was given each and every year since 2009, that we don't have enough staff, we need better software, and we're going to get controls in place, but no adjustments have been made since 2009. I think that's led to the spending problem.
There's probably some truth to what you're saying, but I'm going to disagree a little bit with you, or maybe clarify my understanding, and that is the out of policy that you're referring to has to do with what's called segregation of duties.
Mm-hmm.
Segregation of duties, as I understand it, is basically saying we don't have enough levels of review, meaning it's too concentrated in the finance group.
Mm-hmm.
And that's arguably part of what contributed to the problem. However, without the exception of, and don't quote me on exactly the number, but with the exception of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and maybe Anoka Hennepin, right? That out of compliance issue is for every school district, and we make a conscious decision. We're in a bit of a catch-22 because we've had this conversation every year. It comes up, and every year the auditor reports this, and it's it's not a wink and a nod, but it's saying, yep, you're out of compliance with this, just like every other district. You can choose to invest in more headcount and more administrative expense if you so choose to have a different level of budget manager, and we've chosen not to do that. Now, could that have made a difference in hindsight? I suppose we can hypothesize and say maybe it would have. But honestly, I think the kind of errors that were made, that we tried to explain, omissions, under budgeting, etc., I don't know that another person would have made a difference. They were just the kind of errors that should have never happened regardless, and the fact that they did happen, they should have been caught. So what you're referring to is right. You are factually correct. The segregation of duties is something we have consciously chosen not to be in compliance with, just like every other district out there. I'm not excusing it, but I'm saying that is consistent with all others. So if we're going to spend thousands of dollars for another head count, we'd probably get, argued about that.
Well, that was kind of the point, is one FTE is like 1/90th of the error. And now we're at 9 million and not 4.5 million. So you could do it 180 times.
Yeah. If we believe, and I suppose that's probably a discussion point going forward. If we believe that's going to make the difference, then shame on us for not doing it. I don't have any confidence that would have made the difference. The kind of errors we're talking about shouldn't have happened. There were mistakes, and unfortunately we didn't find out about it until after the fact.
I'm Glenn Solander again, and I'd like to say first of all that the teachers are the people who I stand behind totally, completely. The school district I stand behind. As a taxpayer in Shakopee, for me to agree to pay extra money, extra taxes for the school is saying something, but I know that it's needed. As a former teacher, I know the extra hours you put in, the extra out-of-pocket expenses you have to go through. Totally behind them. I came here tonight, voted for Bear. I was ready to stand in line many times and really hammer away at some things, and then after listening to people, I thought, it's really not going to accomplish anything. So here's the deal. Reggie, I think you said that you're Dr. Thompson's boss. Somebody did. We collectively. Yes. We collectively as a community are your bosses. Okay? I am willing to forego everything in the past, to march on, move forward, and give you the benefit of a doubt. In return, though, I do ask that every time you spend 1 cent that you think of, is this money better spent to directly support the student? Or is it better to spend this penny to better support the teachers? Because the mission statement says, our mission, Shakopee Schools, in partnership with our community, will educate lifelong learners to succeed in a diverse world. The very first part of that says partnership with our community, and this is our community. If you're going to be in a true partnership, then I would really ask that you would have maybe town hall meetings a couple of times a year where we could actually talk like this. And I guarantee that if you do that, you probably would not have as many people here each time. And it probably would not get as heated because a lot of these questions and answers would get diverted. But I am asking you, please, and as your boss, that you respect our taxpayer money, and before you buy a new chair, or, I don't know, maybe replace somebody working for you, whatever, you really think about who you're here to support, and that is the teachers and the students. Really think about, can really need that, would it be better to serve the teachers or the students? And Nancy, I am really looking forward to the academies. Fortunately, my son will not be here for them. He'll be coming. But I think it's a very exciting thing. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Sure.
I'm not. I was going to say I'm arguably the newest school board member, but I'm not. Tony. I came in not knowing anything about school finance. I know nothing about SEA I didn't know anything. I just knew that I wanted to see if I could make a difference because I had worked in the district for 8 years before getting on the board. And I will tell you that I'm going to take ownership of not knowing what questions to ask. And over the last 4 months, I have learned what questions are important and what questions we need to ask. We made mistakes. I'm going to own that. I'm going to own that because I wasn't educated enough. But I will tell you that moving forward, I can only speak for myself, although I'd like to think I'm speaking for the rest of the board. That question will never leave the forefront of our minds.
That's all I'm asking.
Hi, my name is Rachel Anderson, and I'm a Shakopee taxpayer too. I have 3 kids. I have a almost 10-year-old, a kindergartner, and a little guy coming up behind. When my oldest child was going into school 5 years ago, we actually chose to enroll her in a district other than Shakopee because we had some concerns about the support she would get in Shakopee. With my newest kindergartner, we ended up sending her to that district too, just to keep everybody in the family. But we might have made a different decision because we have seen a lot of growth in Shakopee over the last 5 years as far as academics in the schools. We have lots of friends who are very supportive of Shakopee schools, think they're excellent. I actually know people, who are moving into Shakopee for the schools. That said, my 10-year-old wanted to come along tonight. She's been really interested in how government works and how our school board works and how things work. And after looking at comments online, I told her she couldn't come along because I was worried that the adults here would behave a lot the way they have behaved. This has got to be probably one of the suckiest nights of all your guys' lives to sit up here and listen to community member after community member yell at you. We tell our kids that it's okay to make mistakes, that you have to own up to them, you have to fix them, you have to accept the consequences, but people make mistakes. In lieu of any other evidence, which I have not heard tonight or in any forum, it sounds like someone made a mistake. I'm glad that you guys owned up to it, that you're taking responsibility, and that you're making steps going forward to correct the error. So I just wanted to say that as my statement. My question is, as you're looking at making the cuts, you're talking about making teacher cuts. Are these permanent cuts, like is it just to get us through the school year and then they come back the next year? Or is it that enrollment is having a dip and so we'll be replacing them over a couple of years? And also, if you're making cuts in teachers, is there a reason you're making cuts in teachers but not at the administrative level? There's just no administrators to cut, as opposed to cutting teachers. I'm assuming that teachers make less than administrators. So those are my questions.
I think everything is on the books to be looked at, and so we have to look at it from year to year. So every year we'll get an adjusted budget, whether it's Todd or our new business manager projecting forward what the budget looks like. If you're tracking really well, this is a short-term thing. But you always have to continue to look at student enrollment, class sizes, and any type of staffing. So that's always in the forefront whenever we make those decisions. Right now, it would be temporary what we're considering, but if enrollment continues to grow, we have to hire teachers to put in those classrooms.
I just have one follow-up question. As we've done the referendum over the last couple of years, we've been talking about that Shakopee is growing, the enrollment is going up. but then tonight we've been talking about declining enrollment. Is that just like kindergarten, first grade, because you've got this little dip where all these recession babies weren't born, but the overall enrollment of Shakopee is growing, it's just in these specific areas? And two, if Red Oak is really shrinking, then are but Jackson and like Sweeney are really overpopulated, or are we looking at redrawing the district boundaries?
Not talk enough.
We are actually right now in the process of doing discovery on realigning our boundaries, not just because of Red Oak, but because, 15 months from now, I can't do math, Pearson will be an elementary. And so regardless of what's happening at any other building, we are going to be redrawing the boundaries. Because we're opening a new elementary school and we need that to have the same dynamics and demographics as all the other buildings, plus Jackson and Eagle Creek are in desperate need of relief. So that is happening. As far as the recession babies, if you look at US Census data, Minnesota Census data, Scott County Census data, they all say the same thing. That in 2008 or 2009 to 2011 in the United States, there's a dip in babies. It's approximately 3 years. It's about a 5% dip. But all those babies all over America are entering our elementary schools right now. After that dip, we rebound, according to all the data that we've seen, we rebound, actually, we kind of jump again. So there will be, for a period of 3 years, we're going to go through our buildings, but our total enrollment will continue to grow. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And thank you guys all for doing this tonight. Really appreciate your time and your fortitude.
Hi, I'm Denise Bailey, Shakopee resident. I just have a question. How many administration communications positions have been added since Rod took over?
I think right now in our communication office, we have Ashley McCrae here, so we have one specialist, and then right now we have one other person who is actually out on maternity leave in the office.
And is it true that one of them, you said you got reduced by one? Did that person go to community ed to kind of offset the budget? So it's kind of from Peter and Paul, pay Peter to pay Paul type thing? That's true. Okay. And then why did the district office need new furniture? That's the big hot question. Why is that? I'll answer that. Well, part of the lease is we had the furniture that was from the school, Minnesota School of Business. And for a year and a half, we used that furniture, probably 20 to 30 years old. I actually, for me, it wasn't a working situation, so I pulled in just a small desk out of storage. But to be honest, the greater concern was for our support staff. If you know kind of the layout of our system back where the directors are at, it was at the point we had several people who could hardly turn in their cubicles. And while it was I just want to be, it was no code violation there, the dividers were so old that there was kind of a persistent smell that was difficult to deal with. And so after living in the furniture for about a year and a half, we felt, especially for our support staff, to be equitable to what you see out in the buildings, that it was worth the capital expenditure to have them in a better, more functional working environment. And in a working environment that needed to be different by department. For example, for my support staff, they collaborate a lot. And the way the cubicle is set up made it very difficult for them to do that. I think Julie would say the same thing about her special ed support staff. For the others, our accountants, that kind of thing, they needed more privacy and confidentiality. And it just, they just moved into what was there, and it just wasn't very functional. At the director level, we also got some new furniture for us as well for basically the similar reasons. Very old furniture, but looking to have a more functional kind of office where we could meet, you know, like tables and chairs where we could meet. And if you look at our principals' offices, etc., we kind of match that type of approach that we have out in the buildings. So that would be why we did that investment.
Okay.
Thank you. And that was just, you know, before we knew anything about the budget. So.
Hi, I'm Tammy Savina, and I've been a Shakopee citizen for 15 years. I have 2 children in the district, and I also work for the district. And my main question is, you guys touched the topic of the special ed paras. What about intervention paras? Because that's what I am. And I work at Pearson, and the rumor going around is all the intervention paras are going to be gone next year.
Again, one of the things that building principals look at is they have to look at all of the way they staff their paraprofessionals and teachers. That could be being looked at Pearson, I'm not going to lie to you, but if you're an intervention para at Pearson, I guarantee if that position was restructured differently, you will have a position in another form or capacity as a paraprofessional.
And when will we know this?
We do our staffing for non-certified next month.
Next month, okay. And my next question is about Pearson. You said it's going to go to an elementary school. So we're having issues now supporting the elementary schools we have. What's going to happen when we open Pearson up for staffing needs? Are we going to be short-staffed, or how are we going to pay for the teachers there?
It's a restructuring of staff. It will be when the 9th graders go up to the high school, there will be teachers that travel with those 9th grade students. It's the same with when the junior highs become middle schools. There might be some teachers from Pearson that will choose to go to the middle schools, and some teachers that will choose to stay in the elementary. So that is not any additional cost, that's just shifting staff.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for answering all our questions and taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
My name is Jeannie Salinas. I've lived in Shakopee for over 16 years. I'm a former employee of the district. One question, well, I have many questions, but I didn't come real prepared, and I left and I decided to come back because I'm just a little frustrated with everything. The one thing that bothers me quite a bit is the fact that I have seen people on this board out social gatherings, drinking beers, things like that together at local establishments. And I'm not sure that that is a very good code of ethic to have. I think there needs to be some separation. You guys seem to all be great friends, and I think I'm not quite sure that that is proper work relationship, I guess. I have a big concern about that. Do you feel that that's okay to do?
So I'm going to take a stab at that, maybe because I'm a bit unique. You didn't see me. And the reason you didn't see me is I don't drink.
And I didn't say I saw everybody.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that I'm giving perspective as part of my answer. It's just not something I do. But I guess I would differ with you. I've spent 35 years in the work community, and I'm not sure how it's any different. You may have a different perspective, but I'm not sure how it's any different. When you socialize, it's all part of relationships. It's all part of friendships, let's be honest. It's part of life. So you emphasize the out drinking beer. Again, I can't relate because it's just not something I do. But I would have no problem, and in fact, on a former board that I was on, we used to, on occasion, after a board meeting, go to, it was a bar, and drink, actually, a Coke or something. But I fail to see the problem with that. So I'm not going to defend them, because I don't think it needs defending, per se. I'm just not sure I understand the perspective, because in any corporate setting, unless something inappropriate is happening, that's out of bounds to even have that conversation. You can't even have that conversation. So I'm just not sure what your concern is. I respect the fact that you have the concern, but as one who doesn't partake in it, I don't know what the problem is.
I guess maybe my concern is you all are a bit too close together, and I think, and I know I can speak for a lot of people, that there is a lot of yes sir answers. I just feel that the superintendent is calling all the shots and you guys aren't giving any of the correct answers. Nobody's saying no to him. I just think that something is not right with this whole one.
And maybe perhaps we appear, I'll use your terminology, the yes men, if you will. You don't see the dialogue behind the scenes. Obviously, people are not coming to all the learning sessions and hearing the dialogue. You're not hearing the committee meetings. I would absolutely disagree that we are yes men. Now, are we a cohesive board? Do we have a lot of alignment and a lot of agreement? Sure, absolutely. I'm going to use, I happen to be an attorney, I'm going to use hearsay. I'm going to use something that someone else said about us that we have used to help us in different planning activities. They've talked about how this is one of the best functioning boards, and they work with boards all over the state, that they've ever seen. And I don't say that to pat myself on the back. I say that in response to your comment that you see it as yes individuals. There's disagreements, there's things that we absolutely say no to, or we say slow down on. And frankly, we're going to have to say slow down on things in light of the whole budget situation. So again, my perspective is very different from yours, but I would not agree that it's problematic.
My name is Dave Johnson, 1965 graduate of Shakopee High School. I'm also in the Athletic Hall of Fame. I'm the son of a Shakopee school teacher whose funeral was held in the gymnasium across the hallway in 1968. I'm the son-in-law of a former school board president. I taught mathematics for 39 years, 29 years in public schools in Minnesota. I have a deep sense of wanting quality education in the community. And I get that feeling from you people, but I hear a lot of, let's say I don't hear a lot of answers to certain questions. Things are being glossed over. You may think you're being transparent, but I think there's a lot of people out here that don't feel you are. The next thing, if things don't get better, budget-wise within the next year, would you all agree you should all resign and he should go? That's my question.
Okay, so I just want to respond quick to that and say that thanks for that statement. I will personally pledge to resign after my term is over, but that would not be necessarily a resignation. That would just simply be I would not seek re-election. And I'll tell you why I'm not going to resign right now, and that is that quitting is the easy way out. And the easy thing to do would be to not come tonight. The easy thing to do would be to stay at home, to give up, to say I'd rather not have the flack, I'd rather not hear the feedback. But that decision would reflect very poorly on me, and more importantly for me, what does that say to my kids? And I have 3 kids in the district. As a matter of fact, I just want to call out that sitting at this table right here, and then this lady right across from me, there are 14 children currently in Shakopee schools, either in right now or on the way through, as we got 2 young ones with Dr. Thompson, 14. So I just want to show you, well yeah, Tony's in there too. Yeah, you're in there too. You're the young one. So there's 14 total. So I'm not going to quit, I'm not going to resign because that's not the message that I want to send to Shakopee students, it's not the message I want to send to my kids. We got ourselves into this mess just simply by being here. It doesn't matter what I did or what I didn't do, I'm here. And it's partly my responsibility to own this thing. And you elected me, maybe, I don't know, hopefully somebody did here, to fix these kinds of things. So I was brought in here to make the district better. I have apparently failed at some of that job, so it's my responsibility to pick it up and see it to the finish line. That's exactly what I intend to do. I don't intend to quit. I don't intend to walk away. I intend to see this not only repaired, but resurrected and brought to a place that nobody would have believed it could have gotten to. And I really look forward to that day when we can sit up here and smile at each other and say, we got there. But I just want you to keep in mind that we're taxpayers as well, and somebody mentioned that. We're part of the community. We're your friends, and our 14 kids are all part of this, so we're equally as affected. And even though it may seem like we're trying to be very stoic, or maybe I'm emotional, you know what? I am emotional. I'm a train wreck. Look at ask my wife. She's sitting over there. It's been a rough week. I don't expect any consideration for that. That's my issue. But I'm doing the best I can with what I have, and I'm going to keep plowing forward. And what's your name, sir? With the glasses? Nope. Back, right there. Keep going. Not you, Marlon. The teacher that spoke. You, sir. Behind you. Yes. What's your name, sir? Les. Les, I saw you here in this theater this past weekend. Right? The River Valley Theater Company's youth studio. They did a little play. 3 times when we were here. Yes, we were, sir. Now, last Monday, Les and I were sitting on opposite ends of the table, having a colorful conversation for those that were there. But we joined forces on Saturday and Friday night for our kids, for Shakopee students. And we sat here and we watched this cheesy little play about pirates. These 3 cheesy little pirate kids who are flawed human beings. That's what the show was about. These 3 flawed human beings who went around in search of their father's treasure. And you know what? They each found a key, and at the end of the show, they realized they couldn't open the treasure box by themselves. They had to work together. It took all 3 keys to open that. And you know, when they opened that little treasure box, and this is so cheesy, you know what they found? They didn't find cheese. That's nice. No, they didn't. They found a family photo. It was a family photo of the father who had passed away and those 3 flawed kids. And the message on the back of that family photo was that family is more important. Community is more important. That's where the real treasure is. So I don't want to get all emotional or cheesy like that, but I just want to kind of bring that up and remind you that I'm committed to this for those kids. And even though we may have had a disagreement last Monday, I thought it was awesome that we could sit in the same row and support those kids together. Thanks for that.
I don't want to drag this on any longer than I already has. Well, that's all. My name is Brenda Coney. I have 3 kids that will be coming through our district. I'm passionate. I work in the Sweeney School, elementary school, which is their oldest, 50 years old, elementary school. We don't have a lot of the things that a lot of the other elementaries do, but we've worked really, really hard to raise funds to fill in those gaps where we've been left behind. We didn't have neighbors complaining about the looks of our building. When our principal went out on maternity leave, we did not get a sub. There's a lot of things like that that happen there, but I'm not here as a disgruntled. I'm really, really glad that you guys took responsibility and that we're just going to move forward and try our hardest to fix the problems and not make these budget mistakes going forward. My question, I just want to clarify one thing. So have we keep talking about how we're losing students and that there's shortfalls, but historically and going forward, we've never had less students ever in any year reported or projected, correct? Like as a district statewide, they're always going up, 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 and they've been projected extremely tightly with those numbers, correct?
Looking at Dave, our veteran staff, do you recall, Dave, or anyone else?
Since I've been here, there's been more kids everywhere.
Right. So that's where my confusion is that like it was leaked to the media or somebody said to the media that due to lower numbers, that's why we're getting rid of some teachers through petition, et cetera, et cetera. That was just my confusion. I wanted to clarify that because I don't know if everybody knows that we've never gone down, down, down. We're only going up.
This is the first year.
And we're only projected to go up, up, up. But my observation in being in the elementary schools is that we've lost teachers progressively every year. And class sizes are getting bigger, and I know that's all our concern. But I've seen it to the detriment of my children and other children. And I want to implore you to not take it. Keep our standards as low as you possibly can, because it makes all the difference. And right now, we're concentrating on our high school and trying to fix that, which I do think our community made a giant mistake by making one massive school. We can't go back to that. I think you guys did a really good job trying to educate the community. It just took longer for the community to come along and see that we just cut half of our opportunities out of all of our children's future. especially in this day and age when college applications, you have to have all these extracurriculars. And if we don't build an intramural program, if we don't build all these nets to catch our kids, it's not going to look good for our future. We are building, and you guys are doing a wonderful job trying to foresee the future. But my question lies more in, specifically, Rod Thompson, your letter to the teachers, I believe is what I read online, talking about how when we need to make cuts, we're trying to make, I know it's tough decisions, we have to do it, but it sticks in my craw when we're getting rid of teachers and our class sizes are rising. Can you specifically address, and maybe just release if we don't have time to address it tonight, what cuts have been made at the top level? Because I know we are top heavy, and I know there's reasons for that. We're building a lot below, and it takes, people, but our highest paid professionals are not taking any cuts. And I want to understand, what our thinking is. If we go right to our teachers, it's kind of a knee jerk. Can you specifically either release that information later or address that? Because we're all doing, I've seen faces coming through, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand.
I had put this slide up previously, and that addressed all of the administrative things we did and the adjustments that were being made, and then also the projected adjustments after that. Did you want me to go through that, or just be able to make that available?
Yeah, make that available, but it's kind of non-specific too. I know there's other, a lot of people have issues with, we have, I don't really know a ton about this program, but what is it called? They come in our schools and it's young scholars and equity specialists. They're paid more than our teachers, and as far as I understand, they don't have licensure. And as far as I understand, that's not a grant program. Can you speak to some of that? And we just are very top heavy, and how are we going to reduce it other than some of this, it just seems like it kind of goes more to our students rather than and less to the top. You can speak to that or release it later. That's just my comment.
You want me to speak to young scholars?
Sure. I know that's been raised in a lot of the websites and stuff, and I don't fully know how that's funded, or if it's, I've been told it's a different fund, but.
Sure. This Minnesota Department of Education, or the state funding that we tap into, is student achievement and integration, and those dollars are used to support the teachers. Young Scholars is a program that especially, and I'm not actually the expert on the program, although Nancy's here, but it doesn't make sense for me to explain it with Nancy in the room, so let her explain.
Well, Young Scholars is actually funded through a combination of the integration aid that he was going to talk about, which is not a part, it's a different funding resource in the general fund, and then there also a portion of it is paid through Title I dollars, because it's the kind of thing they encourage. Title I is sort of for intervention and at-risk students. And so the Young Scholars is a program that we started a couple of years ago in our elementary, and it's K through 3 kids, and it's a talent development program for kids that are typically not represented in advanced classes. So if you would take a look at, and I think I'd need Dave, our demographic in some of our advanced classes, kind of 4th grade and up, the typical demographic of that classroom is, I want to make sure it's right, so that's why I'm giving it to Dave.
So I'll give you an example. Last year I did some studying of our high potential 4th grade, and this one actually worked out nicely because there were actually 100 kids across the district, and you could look at the free and reduced rates and see that while our district is 35%, within those 100 kids, it might be 12, 15%. Our demographics are about 60% white, 40% students of color. Of those 100 kids, we had 97% of them were white or Asian. And so what we're doing is looking for ways to serve groups that would typically be underserved through Young Scholars. And that's why when Nancy talks about the funding through that integration funds, that's where it starts to make some sense then as well.
So is that totally separate from our teachers?
What we do is we go in and it's actually talent development. We look for, there's observational protocols we follow, and we look for kids that possibly come up from poverty point of view, any color or denomination, as well as students that are underrepresented in those advanced classes. And then we build their skill level. It's kind of a ramp up to readiness, with the hope, and we're already seeing this happen, that they would naturally just qualify for those advanced classes that start in 4th grade in like math and English and continue through the secondary classes. And we're starting to see a change already based on some of the work they're doing. They're doing a great job. The equity team, I would probably turn back to Rod because I don't have as much work with that. I work more, and my department works more with the Young Scholars Program.
Julie, did you address that question, or would you like to?
Largely like Nancy just said, our equity team comes from that Achievement Integration Fund, which is that separate budget, that separate item that comes from the state. So that team is paid for out of those funds, and they were brought together for that same reason. What Shakopee were called is a racially isolated district, which is why we get those funds. And so we need to use that money in order to work with our diverse population, and that's where the money comes forward to these people. Yep, it has to be allocated. There's a separate budget for that. We actually just on the 15th of this month had to turn it into the state for them to approve. So.
Thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate it, because a lot of people have questions about those types of programs and stuff. And I do commend you guys for doing it. I really appreciate you letting us talk and stay here till 10 o'clock at night. So thank you, but please keep our classes small for our kids. We need it. Thanks.
What? I'm the cleanup crew. My name is Janie Hennis, and I started my journey with the school board about 3 years ago when the first referendum came in. And I have been born and raised here in Shakopee and did not believe in the 2 high schools. I gave a really good fight towards the school board. I know they wondered who the heck was this woman and where did she come from and where her kids are. My kids had already graduated. I knew my vision was to keep our community together and give our kids the best education we could give them under one roof. And what you guys did was you involved the community, you listened to us, you gave our chance, you failed. I know a lot of you said you lost a lot of sleep over, and why did that happen? I think it's because you didn't engage the community, and now you have. You have engaged us, and if the community says they don't know something, it's because they're not engaged. Honestly, the communication is out there. You just have to be open and kind of look for it a little bit. I mean, it's on Facebook. If you're not on Facebook, there's emails. You can go to a board meeting. You guys know I go to board meetings. You know, I stay in tune, and that's what you got to do. So, you know, after we regrouped, passed a referendum, I'm one of those that if I'm going to sit and complain and not be satisfied, I engage. So I engaged in many committees, and I'm still engaged in the outside committee, and we are moving forward. And we went to an upgraded meeting, and I asked the question, are we in budget? And we were told we are in budget with the referendum monies that we voted for. So, yay. And I am a little disheartened to hear about this $4.5 million, but I can wrap my head around it. And I do feel that you guys have opened yourselves up here tonight, and you have been transparent. I know there's been some things in the past that I don't agree with, but you know, you can't agree with everything in life, you know? So we have to move forward, and I trust that all eyes are on you guys now, even more, and I trust that this will be resolved and we'll move forward with better checks and balances. So I applaud my dream of the one high school is being carried forth. I was on that committee. I voted for 3,200 students. There was a lot that went into that, so anybody that wants to argue it, call me. I'll tell you why it was decided. I spent many a night in a summer week, or in a summer 2 years ago, trying to vet this out. And I think one of Rod's best decisions was to bring Nancy Toole on board. She is awesome. And the new curriculum that is being brought forward to our high school, 9 through 12, is really going to put our kids forward, and it is worth it. So I applaud you guys. I'm sorry this is all happening, but we'll get through this.
Apologize for dragging out even a little bit longer. I do have one additional question, and I think it's more for your consultant. Through all of this, we've heard a lot of the impacts that's going on. No one's really spoken to how the mistake was made in the first place. Like, did someone accidentally delete the number for the items that were left blank? Did somebody manually enter the number wrong? Was there a software glitch that the number, I mean, aren't the old number and the new number kind of next to each other, so you would be able to just assume you'd catch that? Like, what happened? Not naming names or blaming anybody, but just how did the numbers get wrong or get blanked out?
So the document I showed at the start of the meeting that you couldn't see, it's just examples like that where you have 2 years ago we spent $1 million. Last year we spent $1.2 million, and in the adopted budget we have $800,000.
And is that just an error in calculation, or someone, like, how did you get to the wrong number?
I mean, I didn't build that budget, so I don't know exactly what went wrong. So part of the thought might be that potentially they're building the budget based on the prior year budget that was wrong. So that rather than building on where we projected to end up. So it's tough to say. I mean, there was omissions, line items where there was no budget at all. So I mean, I guess point blank, that line item must not have been reviewed in the final budget process. So.
Thank you. And thank you guys all for staying here. Everybody, very, very late. Appreciate your time.
I'm up here in the book. Talk more slowly this time. Final question from me, I guess. So the district has a lot of capital assets in essence. There's a nice plot of land south of town, out on the town line. There was a referendum that was, voted after that referendum had passed, and now we have this budget area in front of us. There's a lot of assets. There's land that's not being utilized. There's been some recent developments on that land. Is there plans for that to potentially sell off that land as a capital asset with all of the appreciation that's gone on? That would take care of all this stuff for a couple of years, no problem. But then also too, after the referendum was passed, there was a personal residence that was purchased for $875,000 in just August of 2015. That is a definite cash impact to the school district. It's owned by the school district. It's currently on the property tax rolls. The school is paying the tax. In essence, the school is paying the referendum on that property. It's listed as a residential homestead. What was the original purpose for that purchase, and how is it being utilized today? And then what's the impact going to be, or how is it going to be used going forward?
Well, let me first address your first question. We, without disclosing too much, we have a pending sale on some of our property that will help be able to be used to offset. So, and obviously you don't want to lay that out there right now because you can understand it's still in negotiations. But that was one of the commitments made years ago, that if this parcel or this area were to be desired, that we could do something to get some revenue off of it. Now the other piece, I'm looking at my assistant soup, John Bizek, who works with the Bach and Bach that Reggie talked about earlier. Do you want to address that site?
Hello, John Bizek, Assistant Superintendent. Obviously, you know the south side on 78 and 79, that piece of property there. There was a piece of property that was adjacent to that. Since we owned the parcel that we at one time thought might be the second high school, now is going to be developed into an athletic complex. There's a house next to that we thought, okay, this is right next to our property. It was for a reasonable price. So we have purchased, boy, I believe it was over a year ago, we purchased that piece of property. I believe that's what you're talking about, and we're currently renting out the house. So we do own that piece of property. We are, collecting some rent on that. So We're still holding it because we don't believe we're done growing. We could possibly need another school in the future, and hopefully not for a while. But again, we just thought with the price of property going up, it was at a good price, and we thought we were in position, and we had dollars left over from a previous referendum, and we decided that we would. The board has been pretty good about purchasing property in advance for future growth. That's where that sits.
Can I add to that, John? Two things. Hopefully we'll add a little bit more to the. I actually heard you and understood you that time too. The parcel that John's talking about, there's two reasons why we acquire it. The first one is there are requirements when you have a building in terms of acreage and green space, and it varies depending on whether it's an elementary school or a secondary school. So the fact that we're going to be next to the athletic complex and it's contiguous to that, we can get by with and I want to say it's 20 acres that we buy. We can get by with that parcel being too small for a school building alone because it's contiguous to all this green space. So it was very advantageous to do it. So that's one thing I would say. Second thing I would say, and I can say this from historical experience being on the board, John knows this because John was on the board, Sarah certainly historically. Boards in Shakopee, because of our growth, what's the old saying? Your dad probably told you, it's land, they don't make any more of it kind of thing. We've always been looking for opportunities to secure land, knowing that we're a growing district, knowing that we're going to need school space. So that was yet another reason we did it. And then the third thing I would say is, as I think I alluded to, or somebody alluded to, maybe Sean, when you pass referenda, you can only use the dollars for what's allowed in the referenda. So those dollars actually harken back, and I can't tell you which one it was, or it was for purchase of land. So we actually had some restrictions on how we could use those dollars. We had it, I think it was in the building fund, where it's kept. So that was yet another reason why we had that capital to use. So it was good opportunity to capitalize on something contiguous. You don't get any more land, it could be a good school opportunity, and it was a good use of the funds. So those are all the reasons I would add.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else at the microphones, I'm going to ask those in the House, have we successfully answered all of the questions asked tonight?
Yes.
Okay? Okay. I think we did. Okay, so let's move to item 3. Believe it or not, we actually have more on the agenda. You're welcome to stay, of course. Item 3 is just simply other. So at that point, I would just quickly run down the line with our board and see, starting with Matt, if you have anything in particular. Oh, thank you. Okay.
I would like to say something. Thanks for staying around. I hope that what you heard tonight kind of eases your stress and your questions and your interest in the school district. Even if it's just a little, we hope it helped. When I ran for the seat, I ran on the basis of trust. And I feel some of you don't feel the trust in us, and that's on me. We feel it. But please trust me on this, and nobody up here has done this intentional. We are not in this situation because we wanted to put ourselves in the hole, or not in the hole, but go through the stress and put, all this extra effort into us. But I think, and hopefully you can believe me when I tell you that this is not an easy vision for any of us to be in right now, and it's not taken lightly. Tonight we have showed you a lot of what we've done, what we're going to do in the future, but we're not complacent on what we've decided on. We're constantly going to be looking for some way to save you guys money in the future and make our district and our general fund balance grow. It's not going to be a fast process, but we are going to do it as well as we can. I know you guys in the community will have more questions for us, and we need to answer those questions in a more timely manner. We also need to be our communications need to be better. That's a gimme, and that's what we keep hearing, and we apologize for that. To all the teachers out there, I know we're putting a lot of stress on you guys, and we've asked you a lot to change in the last 4 to 5 years on the curriculum aspect and everything. But we know we don't show you enough appreciation. So for that, I want to say thank you to all the teachers out there that have invested in our children, and please keep up the hard work.
I have about a 5-minute speech prepared, but I'm not going to do it, so you guys can go home. But I want you to know that from outside our lens, I finally get why there is anger and distrust, and we will do everything in our power to fix it moving forward. Thank you for being here. This was a long night, but we appreciate you still being here.
I also prepared something, but I'm not going to do it either. But I do want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for asking the questions. Many of the questions you asked, we asked as well. Some of the anger you had, we had as well. And we realize that this mistake is on us, and it is our job to take responsibility, move forward, and to grow from this. I hope that through this we learn a lot of lessons, and I hope that through this we come out better on the other side. That is my goal. As a mother in the district, I want my kids to have the very best, and I want your kids to have the very best. And I want you to know that my door is always open. If ever you want to have a conversation or have questions, I am here to listen, and I'm here to give you the knowledge that I have from being on the school board. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you for being here tonight. It has been a long night for you all. It's certainly been a little bit of a long night up here. But I want to say thank you to all the people who are either watching at home or had to leave. May pick us up at the end. We had a full house, and that shows a passion, and I love that. We may not agree on everything, and certainly we had some things to answer for, but the fact people were here shows they care. And if I have anything, it's a passion for education. It's what I like to do and what I'm involved with, not just here, but in some other ways. And I appreciate the fact that you guys have a passion for education too. Thank you very much for being here. We will do our level best to earn back any trust we've lost and to make up the ground that we've lost. Thank you again.
I just want to echo what Reggie said. Thank you to everybody for giving us an opportunity tonight. These are not easy times, and we started out front with thanking you for being here, and I want to end with thanking you for being here. It's something we needed to hear. It's the feedback we maybe don't like to hear, but it's going to make us better and stronger. And I really, really I appreciate your willingness to listen. Thank you.
And I'm just going to ditto everybody, and then we'll move on. So item 4, upcoming meetings and important dates. April 10th, we have a school board business meeting at 6 p.m. April 17th, school board retreat. And April 24th, we have another learning session at 6 p.m. as well. Hearing nothing else, I'd like to move to item 5, which is to accept a motion to adjourn. Second, Matt, that was good. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Increased communication. So there's a ton of communication that we probably think we've been doing right and well, and in reality, we're not doing so well. So those are two. And then the third thing is change. There's so much change that's been going on in this community over the past, call it 3, 4, 5 years, that we need to reconsider that as a district and say, are we going maybe too fast for folks? Do we need to take a pause and make sure that the most important people, which are our teachers, are coming along with us?
I would follow up with that by saying the pace of change is so incredibly difficult in our district because we're probably still the fastest growing district. And with that comes that deep, deep desire to make sure that no kids are lost in the quality work we're doing. So when Scott talks about our district and the academies and everyone wants their kids to go to these academies. Well, we had to make a choice in the fall of 2018 how quickly to ramp the academies up. We knew we'd have bricks and mortar for a building of 3,200 kids, as you guys heard from some of the folks in the audience, but it's the staff the professional training that goes into that. And then quite frankly, we started all over with the curriculum, and so now 6 through 12, you're doing all this work. And if teachers don't feel like they're in the game and that they're in as a real vital part of the progress, it gets to be constant catch-up. And so I want to again support what Scott said. We hit pause. We heard some really quality pieces of feedback today, and I can tell you there's some of those things we can implement right away.
One quick question. When you were in the slide that I saw about the changes that were made, it looked like 2 positions in the administration that have been trimmed.
So I don't have that in front of me right now, the sheets.
Or that will be.
Yeah, but we'll have those available to you in the slide deck.
The other would be the question from the students that got a lot of response, and you answered very candidly about salaries for administrators, including yourself, saying you took a look at it and it was on the table. Can you elaborate on that, and if that is the case, when would a decision like that be made?
Yeah, so one of the things I think we do is, you know, we all have contracts, and when you sign a contract, I think one of the things you expect is kind of like the business model. If you're the business leader and something happens on your watch, shouldn't you visit with the bosses or the board, in my case, and say, is this warranted? Should I, as the leader, give back a portion? Should I give it back, you know, all of it? Those kinds of things. And so that's what I was referring to, is there is an accountability level for the communications and the oversight for finances, and maybe part of that has to be that you don't get the full amount, even though it was promised in a contract. Maybe that business model is something we should consider, and I've already talked to some of the board about it, and I think that would be a fair approach.
Any idea when those discussions would, I mean, if that would, there's a timeline for something like that?
No, not really, because contracts are in our superintendents. Our contracts are 3-year contracts, which it's already signed. So it would be a good faith gesture on my part should the board and I decide to do that. It would be and it could be done at any time. I'm not in that contract now that they're talking about. That doesn't actually start until July 1st.
Okay. And when you're talking about are you talking about the 10% raise or whatever?
Yeah, that they were referring to. I have a new contract where they did a market adjustment, and so as the only employee of the school board, one of the things that I said to consider is my own self, because when you're leading the charge, that might be something that they should consider.
Dr. Thompson,
yes.
Early on tonight, you apologized for the communication and also talked a little about the timing being off. As you kind of look back to when you first learned there was an issue, then you learned there was an error, and then you decided to fill in some people, any specifics on where you think there might have been mistakes made and going forward, kind of lessons learned from those mistakes?
Yeah, great question. I think when I look back to when my cabinet came in, and I can remember it as clearly as yesterday, when they walked in and said, we've got a problem. We think, but we don't know the actual amount. I think that this community is strong enough to handle, without being judgmental, handle what the issue was at hand. So part of the delay was trying to be accurate, as at least in the ballpark of what we knew to be the error, without getting the sky is falling. And so once we had I think that you establish it with your board that this is what we believe it to be true. Boy, I wish we would have had the thing that Reggie talked about, the citizens finance group too, because that type of group gives you kind of angles from all over your community. So as one person said, the shareholders would want to know, but when do they want to know? Is it immediate? Is it after we have a sense for what the issue is? Or do you wait until it was accurate? We learned waiting until it was accurate, wrong, too late. Should have got them involved sooner.
You talked about how teaching and learning will be cut by 20%. Can you talk a little bit about what exactly that 20% entails and maybe some of the things that won't be done because of that?
Nancy is here, Amanda.
Okay.
So I think she's the the director of that.
Okay.
She would be the right person to answer
Okay.
that.
Sure. Sorry.
I didn't probably hear the full question.
That's okay. Amanda has a question for you.
I was just wondering, you know, you guys talked about how teaching and learning will be cut by 20%. I was hoping you could explain a little bit of what that would entail, like what won't be happening because of those cuts.
So the 20% cut to the operational budget for teaching and learning is for this year.
Okay.
And we're still working on the budget adjustment. We know it'll be lower, obviously, for the next year as well. But for us, that meant things like less substitutes for planning days, less curriculum writing time, less professional development or training. And what we did is spent quite a bit of time sort of prioritizing projects and then looked at where we could pull back or slow down or maybe even push some projects into next year in order to make that type of a cut. But when you look at my budget, a lot of mine is on teacher support, so it's like training time for teachers, it's you know, writing time, it's staff development time, it's substitutes for planning, that kind of thing.
You know, when any of you might have a more definitive idea of ultimately how many non-tenured teachers will have jobs next year? Or?
So our Director of Human Resources is here too, if you would like to hear from Scott.
I had put up a slide to show attrition for the last couple of years. So going into August last year, even to the first week of September, we were still hiring staff in terms of grade inflections with enrollment, such as kindergarten going up. We had some hot spots with third grade, fourth grade. We'll continue to monitor that. I do hope that all those staff will have an opportunity to come back, but we're not going to know that probably until summer as more attrition takes place with resignations, teachers asking to take leaves, or resigning over the summer for various reasons. But that usually takes place in the next couple months.
So they would get kind of a warning, say June?
Well,
or, I mean,
yeah,
as far as...
right now we're giving them a courtesy professional warning to let them know there's those possibilities. There's going to come a point in time, though, that we'll have to say whether or not we have a position for them. But we're hoping that we don't have to come to that point, as over the next couple months will show.
As you know, their concern is if they have any chance of not having a job next year, they need to be looking for a job yesterday,
Exactly.
right?
And that's what we've told them, that there's that good chance. We're being professional up front with them.
No, I heard somebody talking about this earlier, so sorry if I just missed this, but there was mention of a communications member cut and an equity team member cut. Was that through attrition?
No.
They were laid off?
That was one of the, I think someone else asked earlier, but I didn't have it in front of me, the administrative cuts.
Yeah.
That was part of our administrative cuts right off the bat, is what could we do first so that it stayed away from the classrooms.
Okay.
Did anyone actually lose their jobs, or were they shifted to a different bucket, essentially?
Yeah, good question. We actually are large enough as an organization where we can kind of absorb some of those things. So we were able to, in both cases, we had retirements, which as Scott was talking about, we had attrition in both cases. So we were able to move them out of the general fund, which is a relief then to the classroom teachers, and over to another fund where their purpose is to have a separate budget.
Got it.
I just wanted to touch on the general fund balance because it got brought up time and time again, and when you look at it just as someone that doesn't have a day-to-day knowledge of the district, everything else, you see the numbers declining, you know, back to 2012. It seems as though that, you know, on the surface it goes beyond these mistakes that were made and to a spending issue, that type of thing, is what people were saying. You broke down some of the decisions. It seemed as though you're basically saying that these were all warranted, that type of thing. Does the thinking change now, though, with the tighter margin? I mean, as far as making sure that those don't go over, or if you want to more clearly address kind of those concerns that were raised tonight?
Yeah, I'll try to kick this one off. I'm going to say that short of the revenue projections, which you saw, I don't even remember the slide off the top of my head, that fell short, the actual spending, those line items that were underneath those dollars, we're still committed as a board to the activities that we actually approved, because that was investing again in what's about to happen here with the academies. This was a very methodic, very well thought approach on how and when we were going to add these positions. And I might actually even take it a step further and say that when staff ads are to be added to that degree, such as the APs, the kindergarten, those are pretty significant ads. Those are conversations that we're having with the entire cabinet and administration. They're bringing to us exactly what's going to need to happen. We then look at the finance office and say, how are we going to cover this? How are we going to pay for this? And then we have to decide as a board, is this a go-forward decision we're going to make or not? And if so, we've got to be able to justify it one way or the other. So I would not go back and say, wow, jeepers, we've just made some significant mistakes. We shouldn't have done that. I would not say that on that, on those spends, not at all.
How can you be so confident that you won't go into SOD when there have been errors in, obviously recently, and the funds have been dipped into over the last few years? So how can you be so confident that you won't end up another $4 million down and thus in SOD?
I'll take the first crack at this. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I'm not sure there has been a higher level of heightened attention to a school budget than there is right now. So I think that said, with the number of eyeballs that are focused on this budget right now, with the number of people at leadership levels and consultants, folks that know this business, people that have rolled up their sleeves and gotten into the weeds and understand, I don't know how we could not do anything but improve, because now our eyes are so wide open to what we didn't know or maybe didn't completely appreciate at the time. And between the consultants, the new finance director, the new software, our eyes, our attention, the community's attention, we have plans going forward to do nothing but continue to bring that back into the black.
The terminology, the forensic CPA who came in after this and was the who made the determination there was nothing nefarious and this was a human error. When might that report or document be released?
So I think in April, after we have spring break coming up, I think in April Todd will be coming to the board level and sit down with a full report. And it's not, we're not looking for a report of what it'll be. Let's go there instead. What we expect to get from Todd is a report on where all of our funds are at by each bucket or by each item. And then the board's going to go in and, with Todd's help, we feel really comfortable. We've identified and defined the problem. Now the fix is what Todd will bring to us in April and say, going forward, what's our new numbers? He's literally each week we have enrollment changes. He's finding a positive, and then the next day it's a negative. I mean, he's really dug into each line to help us better understand it.
But even before April, is there a report on the problem, not on the fix, but just that kind of delves into some of the causes of the error that you guys were highlighting tonight out there? Like something a little more in depth on that?
Yeah, there's no like executive summary or any chapter thing written or whatever for us. It's the dashboard that we're going to see, the paperwork that we're going to see. So it's not narrative, it's all numbers. It's numerical reports.
Okay, so it's not like I'm thinking like an audit report.
Right.
It'll have little few bullet points. There's not anything like that on it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I know the finance director's retiring, but was there ever any explanation as to why the emissions, why not? I mean, these things seem like something, especially if you've had a long career in this district, you know that contracts add up. And like, how did all these little mistakes happen? Was there anything? And I know we can't go line by line probably because there's a lot of them, but understanding kind of the explanation there, and did it fall across the department? Some people asked if others should lose their jobs. I mean,
I think they were referring to me. I don't think they were referring to others inside the department.
They were also saying in finance.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but they. So I would want to say it's not their responsibility. The responsibility lies on the shoulders of Mike, myself, and the board. And as the person that ultimately by policy is responsible, if it happens in that department, you know, the junior accountant or the clerical or whatever, that's me. And so that's my responsibility. And so I used a term after consulting with our Teachers Leadership Council that I called it human error. I don't know that that was the right terminology, because I couldn't explain, after a lot of reflection and a lot of conversation, I couldn't explain probably what you're asking yourself is, how did that line item that has two previous budgets in there, how does that not have anything? And you know, and Mike is a legacy performer. He is nothing but a quality man. What I believe to be true is the combination of, he had his new software that he had converted to, he had some new key personnel, and then I think that part of it is that, you know, as the person who has had a legacy and all those years, sometimes when you start getting to the heightened growth that we're at too, some of the strategies you might use or the spreadsheets you might use, it's a new best practice to go to a software program and kind of get it off of paper. So almost like when you look at it, if there's that many numbers and you're relying on spreadsheets, you might, as the finance director, you should have had some oversight by myself, by the board, by a citizens finance committee, to just try to poke holes at it, to help him as he kind of got to his, you know, earned years of his legacy career here.
Okay. Thank you all for coming and staying late to ask additional questions. I'll be honest with you, we don't expect to release any additional information tonight or tomorrow for that matter. But as the community heard, the community said, we heard earlier tonight, they want transparency, they want continued updates, and we will provide that to the community as well as you guys when there is information to share. So thank you.
Thanks for staying late for us.